3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shouldn't have worn a skirt, that's all I'm saying. Give me some kind of sign. Here you go. Or I can keep it.
Okay, hi everyone, thanks for coming. I'm Polo.
morning, everyone. I'd like to encourage you to take your seats, please. So welcome to CNAS's 11th annual Conference on National Security. I'm so glad to see so many of my colleagues and friends here, old and new, to join us today to discuss and debate the most consequential national security issues we're facing as a nation. You know, it's actually the case that CNAS's very first public event over 10 years ago was held right here. We had then Admiral Mike Mullen give his inaugural speech as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs for CNAS here right in this room. So it's great to be back at the Mayflower. In previous years, we've always kicked off the conference by describing the global security challenges that we face as a nation. And many of you will recall that last year we had a very daunting list of international challenges that we thought this new administration would face. And I'd like to say that I think it was an understatement even then. From the persistent threat of terrorism to the nuclear and missile threats posed by North Korea, from the resurgence of a more aggressive Russia, to the rise of a very powerful China, to the proliferation of high technologies, to the use of cyber and disinformation and other influence operations against our most vital interests, our very own democracy, we are facing a very complex set of national security challenges. As they say in the Department of Defense, where, as you know, I spent a number of years, it's a very target-rich environment. At the same time, we face a good deal of uncertainty about the future direction of U.S. policy and U.S. leadership. People are asking the question, what will America's role in the world be? We have a new administration that is still assembling its team and finding its footing, a new president who is bucking the traditions and expectations and constraints of his office, and who came into that office with very little foreign policy expertise and experience. So those of us serving in the national security domain, and that includes most of us here, we're still struggling to decipher what this administration's foreign policy will be. We're still trying to understand what the notion of America first means and how that will be translated into policy in specific national security areas. Meanwhile, absent a clear strategy, capitals around the world are left trying to read the tea leaves of presidential tweets, of Rose Garden press conferences, of foreign visits, of campaign-style events, of the various statements of administration officials to try to discern what will Trump foreign policy look like. Meanwhile, the slow pace of the nomination and confirmation process in this town means that the administration does not yet have its team in place below the cabinet level. The thing is, every administration since President Eisenhower, every single one, has faced a major, sometimes derailing, national security crisis in its first year. And this administration may not escape that fate. So we're here today to discuss how the new administration can prepare for, maybe even prevent such a crisis, as well as how we as a nation can address the longer term and even more consequential challenges. Whether we are here today as Republicans or Democrats or independents or undeclareds, we can all work to gain some insights and to offer recommendations that will strengthen the national security of the United States. Given this very challenging environment, CNAS is committed to continuing to do its part by sharing rigorous fact-based analysis, by growing the next generation of national security leaders, by offering bold and innovative solutions, and by convening events like this one to bring stakeholders from across the spectrum together to wrestle with the tough problems. This approach is even more important today, given the increasingly polarized political climate we face not only here in Washington, but really across the country. Hence this year's conference theme, Navigating the Divide. In recent months, we've spent a lot of time as a center reflecting on this new context and our role as a national security think tank. And I can assure you that we are committed to continuing to provide strong and pragmatic and principled recommendations, policy recommendations to decision makers in the executive branch, on the Hill, no matter their political leanings. We remain committed to creating a civil space for dialogue across both sides of the aisle and across the civil-military divide to allow people to come together to address the most pressing and consequential challenges we face, no matter how controversial the topic may be. And we remain committed to doing our part to protect and advance this nation's security. Navigating the divide, in our view, means holding ground for fact-based policy debate and for bipartisanship at a time when both are increasingly rare. It means fostering constructive dialogue and developing the best possible policy solutions to the issues of greatest import that we face. So today, we aim to elevate the national security debate on a whole range of topics that you can see outlined in your agenda. And your participation actively will be very much part of that and will determine how successful we are. We are fortunate today to have several VIP participants from current and former administrations, including National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster and Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly, who will be joining us for keynotes this afternoon. But before we get started, I want to thank our media partner, The Washington Post, who's been a tremendous partner with us, supplying many of our moderators and participants today, but also live streaming today's proceedings. We also want to thank our sponsors, without whom this conference would not be possible. You will see their names listed in the materials and on slides, and we will acknowledge them again at the end of the day. I also want to thank our CNAS board members, who really are the engine behind this organization and provide tremendous support, and thank them for being here too. Lastly, in the spirit of adopting new technologies and trying to stay on the cutting edge, we have continued to evolve our conference app. So get out your phones, and I'm going to ask our social media guru, Jarrell Clay, he's a tremendous leader on our staff, to come up and offer you a conference app demonstration. But thank you all for being here. We're looking forward to the discussion with you today.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, everyone. I am Jarrell Clay, and I'm here to encourage all of you to download this year's conference app. The app is available for free in the App Store and Google Play by searching CNAS. I think about 250 of you have already downloaded the app. For everyone else that needs to get excited about it, I'll ask the AV team to bring up my phone so we can run through some of the features. So the conference app this year features the full schedule, as always, but it also has each speaker affiliated with each session. You'll also have an opportunity to network with one another if you log into the app. Each session that has a poll associated with it will give you an opportunity to see how your peers and colleagues are also thinking about the most pressing national security challenges. As you navigate through the app, you'll notice, if you're new to the Marriott or the Mayflower, we have a floor plan which shows you exactly where your breakout session will be, which is also indicated on your name tag. And we have our Twitter feed, which also represents everyone who is actively engaging on that platform as well. So for all of you who have downloaded the app, if you're still downloading the app, we'll give you some time. But I'd like to run through one quick live poll with you all, and it's under welcoming remarks and app introduction in your app. So if everyone can navigate to that has the app, and scroll down, you'll see a section that says live poll. Once you click on that, you'll see the first live poll question, which is, in your opinion, what national security issue is has the most potential for bipartisan action? Once the AV team switches over to the live polling results, you'll be able to see in real time throughout the day how everyone is thinking about those issues. And if you've already voted, go ahead and wave your hand or your phone in the air as if you're in a concert. I'm just kidding, don't do that, it's weird. But what isn't weird is being able to see all of the results come in real time. And that is one reason why I'm so excited for you all to be here, and I hope you enjoyed today's conference. We have an exciting lineup for you guys, and with that, I'd love to invite our Washington Post moderator, Jackson Dale, as well as our panelists, Julian Smith, Avril Haynes, Robert Kagan, and Jim Townsend to the stage for a discussion on who cares about Europe.
My name is Julie Smith, and I'm the director of the Transatlantic Security Program at CNAS. Welcome to all of you here this morning. We're about to launch into a discussion about the future of the West and the transatlantic relationship. A lot of us have participated in conversations about this subject, either in Europe or here with Europeans. And I think many of us have found that as we engage in those types of discussions, often a theme repeats itself, and that is the increasing disconnect between national capitals in Europe and Washington with the general public. And so with that in mind, Jim Townsend and I, Jim recently joined CNAS as a senior adjunct fellow, we went out on the Mall a couple of weeks ago and asked Americans from across the country what they thought about a single piece of the rules-based order, and that's the NATO alliance. So we're going to run a short video for you of what we found on the Mall a couple of weeks ago. It might surprise you. And then after that, we're going to jump right into the discussion. So let's roll the video.
We've spent years of our life talking about NATO at conference tables on both sides of the Atlantic.
But after years of talking to other NATO experts about the alliance, we decided to broaden the conversation and ask a cross-section of Americans visiting Washington on their summer holiday what they think about NATO. We met folks from
And what we encountered in talking to folks from around the country surprised us.
We were accused of being the mainstream media, Washington journalists, or just plain old Washington insiders.
In cases where folks were willing to talk to us, we heard 4 general responses.
One was a simple message.
Some people simply didn't know what we were talking about.
In other instances, folks had a generally positive view of the alliance, but agreed with the president that the Europeans needed to pay their fair share.
All in all, though, many of the people we encountered had a positive view of the alliance and wanted the United States to stay engaged, which reflects the Pew survey from May of this year that found that 62% of Americans have a favorable view of NATO. NATO's doing a better job at getting its story out to the public. You would have not seen such a slick video from NATO just a few years ago. But like fire insurance, even with a slick video, it's hard to explain why you need to invest in the alliance until your house actually catches on fire.
The nuance that is hard to convey in a video is that NATO is more than an insurance policy. It is also a community of nations that not only share values, but generally agree on the state of the world and is willing to do something about it.
And that brings us to the topic of this morning's panel. Who cares about Europe, the future of the West, and transatlantic cooperation?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jackson Deal. It's an honor to be here. We've got about 45 minutes to decide the future of the West, so I'm going to try and move along fairly briskly in journalistic fashion. I've got a great panel here to discuss it. You've already heard from Julianne Smith, who's the director of the Transatlantic program at CNAS, Jim Townsend, who's the adjunct fellow of CNAS and previously was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for NATO and European Affairs for 8 years during the Obama administration. Robert Kagan, who is a senior fellow at Brookings, a distinguished historian, but most importantly, a contributing writer to the Washington Post. And Avril Haines, who most recently was Senior Deputy National Security Advisor in the Obama administration, and before that was Deputy Director of the CIA. Now, we've all seen the video here and the views it reflected about NATO from average Americans down in the mall. We also heard yesterday from the European side the latest Pew survey, which showed absolutely staggering drops in confidence in the United States and in the President of the United States among key European allies. We've had some awkward interactions, initial interactions between President Trump and senior European leaders in the last couple of months, including in Brussels. And so I think our first question is, where are we? And where do we seem to be headed? Are we in crisis? Are we headed toward crisis? Are the foundations still solid? And so I'd like to turn to the panel on that. If Jim Townsend, if I could ask you to go first. Where are we?
Well, thank you very much for the question. You know, I think NATO is always in crisis. It seems that every few years, NATO at a crossroads is the headline of an article somewhere, and NATO assumes the lotus position and tries to figure itself out. So where we are today is not so unusual in terms of how the alliance looks at itself, particularly since the end of the Cold War. I think in terms of the alliance, it's really a quest for relevancy, a continuing quest to try to figure out what role does it need to play in dealing with a lot of new challenges that comes its way. And I think right now, as we have tried to deal with ISIS and other problems coming around the alliance, NATO has tried to figure out, so what role should it play? I mean, it was the United States that started the counter-ISIL coalition. Well, why didn't NATO do that? So there are questions still about NATO relevancy. So where we are in the alliance is the continuing quest for trying to figure out its role, and that seems to never end. In terms of where we are here in the United States towards NATO, well, that's evolving and changing, and we'll see where that ends up. But NATO is in its perpetual lotus position.
Mm-hmm. Julianne, we seem to have had a precipitous drop in European support for the United States since Trump took office, if you look at that Pew survey. But some people say we were headed for this anyway, that there was trouble brewing all along. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of truth to that. I think Trump has certainly added to some of the anxiety about the future of the transatlantic relationship because our allies remain uncertain about what his fundamental views towards the rules-based order and towards Europe ultimately are. And they'll be looking to his visit to Europe next week for additional clues. But even if you take the president out of the picture for a minute and just think about the challenges that the transatlantic partners are facing right now, the list is pretty long. And I think irrespective of who's sitting in the Oval Office, we are at a point in history where there are challenges both internally. So Europe is facing a big existential crisis about the future of the European project in the wake of Brexit, and open-ended questions about the ability of the EU to respond to everyday citizens' needs. Then there are external challenges. Russia, in particular, is actively working to undermine democratic institutions and international institutions across Europe. And then our citizens on both sides of the Atlantic, I mean, Jim and I were fairly encouraged by this little experiment on the Mall and did find some sophisticated views about the utility of the transatlantic relationship. But that said, I do believe that we are at a moment where citizens are wondering, why do we have global trade? What does it say about meeting my own needs in the wake of globalization, in the wake of all these global trade or multilateral trade agreements? There are open-ended questions about NATO's purpose right now. Should it be responding to terrorism, or is it just focused on security at home? So I think we can take the US, and that's part of it, and our own partisan divides and debates here in Washington and uncertainty about where the president wants to take the relationship. We can take that as part of the challenge going forward. But again, I think it would be wrong to assume that that's the nature of the challenge. The nature of the challenge for the transatlantic partners is much greater than what's happening here in Washington.
Bob, could I ask you for some historical perspective? I remember a lot of previous times when transatlantic relations were supposed to be collapsing. The beginning of the Bush administration, for example, where people at the Pentagon used to say, NATO, keep the myth alive. 1983, with the deployment of the intermediate range missiles, NATO, the transatlantic alliance was supposed to be falling apart over that, not to mention the Vietnam War era. How does this compare to those times? Is it worse? Is it better than some of those previous tests?
Well, I think it's useful not to just look at the post-World War II period and the Cold War, when, despite those crises, there was a whole different attitude on the part of the American people about having a commitment to Europe. There were a lot of arguments about what that meant exactly, but that commitment was there. I found that video very interesting because the first category of people who were basically saying, get out of NATO, it is striking to me how their arguments are exactly the arguments that Henry Cabot Lodge and the other opponents of the League of Nations made in defeating the League of Nations and the Versailles Treaty in 1919. Other countries are going to tell us where to send our troops. Shouldn't we just be taking care of ourselves? Why do we have to be taking care of others? And I think if you look from a longer perspective on this whole question, the real question of the 20th century, repeatedly asked, was the United States going to make a commitment essentially to European stability and security? The answer in 1919 was no, and it continued to be no up until World War II. And then because of World War II and the memory of what happened in World War I, the answer became yes. But the long history of American attitudes towards Europe is one of, it's not even of ambivalence, it's mostly of hostility. What's new are the people saying they're our friends and we should stick together as friends. That's a new development. But the larger question is, why make this commitment? And the problem is, even though we try to talk about the relevance of NATO, the commitment is not about the relevance of NATO. The commitment is an understanding, but it's a difficult understanding, that world stability depends on America making commitments to other nations. It actually doesn't matter what those other nations do. And so the whole discussion of shouldn't NATO be doing this out there and doing that out there, it's a perfectly reasonable question, but it has nothing to do with the underlying world order issues that led to our commitment in the first place. And so I think right now what we're facing in America is a very understandable forgetting, or at least needing to have explained again why it's necessary for the United States to make that kind of commitment.
Avril Haines, if we're having these difficulties coming together and problems with public opinion on both sides, what practical impact do you think that's going to have on us working with the Europeans to deal with concrete problems and concrete tasks that we, for example, continuing to, on the confidence operation in the Baltics, for example, Ukraine, for example, coming up with a common position on where we go from here on Russia and Russia's sanctions? How is that going to affect our practical ability to do things?
Yeah, it's a good question. And let me just come to it in a slightly circuitous route. I think I also found the video to be interesting and partially what Bob just said, but there was a Pew poll, I think, last year that indicated that 57% of Americans believe that we should deal with our own problems and other countries should deal with theirs. And, you know, I saw some of that reflected in the video and the interviews that we were hearing. And from my perspective, you know, after 15 years in government, that's really not a possible option. But it's also not a very good option for national security or for other, you know, prosperity for America and otherwise. And it is interesting to me that even all these years later, we're still having that debate at such a strong level, and that there is such a sense in the country that, in fact, you know, we should just deal with our own stuff and others should deal with theirs. And, you know, I think if you're here today, for the most part, you already have a sense of how impossible that is. There are really a remarkable number of threats or issues that occur because of events that happen across the world that really have nothing to do with us or may have nothing to do with us, and ultimately are on our shores within a very short period of time. I think the intelligence community said in their trends report this last year that one of the most disruptive things that could occur is that you have a novel pathogen, essentially respiratory pathogen, that occurs someplace, and within 6 months, it could cause death and injury around the world in every corner, in a sense, if it actually is capable of causing death and injury to just 1% of the people it affects, right? So it's clear that we need to engage on a multilateral basis, and we need to not just do so because we need to detect and disrupt threats that are coming to our shores, but the real game is prevention and creating the kind of networks that actually help us to avoid those problems actually coming to our shores. And, you know, as Bob said, the commitment in many respects is part of what helps us do that. And it's also about the framework that we've established and the mechanisms that we've established and the things that you're describing for what's the actual impact. So the things that we rely on them obviously for is helping us to manage aggressive behavior by Russia or by China under certain circumstances. It's about helping us to deal with terrorism, with pandemics, with climate change, with any number of threats and issues, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and so on across the board. And part of that means that you need a strong partner in Europe. And given the crises that they're facing, that Julie mentioned and so on, frankly, the United States is part of helping them be strong and actually engage, for example, in the structural reforms that are necessary to keep them strong. That's something that I worry that if our relationship isn't as good as it needs to be, we aren't going to be as effective at. So if Europe is weaker, frankly, we are weaker in some respects. We don't have as strong of a partner as we need in these issues. And secondly, we need to be able to deal with things not just at the leadership level, but across the board. Now, a lot of that will just continue to happen because we are close to Europe and we have a lot of very strong ties at every level of government, and I think that will occur. But I do think it can have a cost. It's just very hard to tell right now how much.
You know, it seems to be that fairly clear that the Russians are very much enjoying this situation and this trouble we're having, as Putin himself indicated in a recent interview he gave. And I wonder, what is the risk of how the Russians may seek to exploit this situation? And what is the chance that we are going to, with the Europeans, be able to come up with some kind of common response to the things we see the Russians already doing, especially things like electoral interference? Who has thoughts on that?
Well, I'll jump in on that. I do think Putin is probably enjoying the position he's in right now, in part, well, for a couple of reasons. One, we have distracted partners on both sides of the Atlantic. Brussels is going to be consumed with the Brexit process for quite some time. It doesn't mean that they can't put forward policies, and certainly after the German elections, I think we'll see efforts to kind of re-energize the old Franco-German engine that has driven a lot of the developments inside the European Union. But still, there's no denying that Brexit is going to have an impact on Europe's ability to lift its head and look out at global challenges. Similarly, here, I think our own partisan infighting and questions about, again, the future of this administration's policies towards Europe, some uncertainty, some contradiction in their policies, is also a distraction. So the transatlantic partners, I think, are consumed with quite a bit of navel-gazing right now and open-ended questions about what they're going to do about their own future, the future of the West, the future of the transatlantic partnership, the future of NATO, the future of the European Union. And meanwhile, Putin has basically gotten the message in recent years, pretty much since 2014, that he can proceed to use an array of asymmetric and hybrid tactics without too many punitive measures. I mean, we have together imposed sanctions against Russia, but let's admit that those sanctions have yet to stop very aggressive behavior on the part of the Russian government. In the wake of interfering in our own election, he has not seen too many consequences. That may change. We'll see again what we see at this first meeting between Trump and Putin at the G20 on July 7th and 8th. But I do think right now, Putin, I'm imagining, is feeling a little bit of relief in terms of, boy, I can continue to rely on all of these asymmetric tactics, whether it's energy coercion, cyber hacking, propaganda, the list goes on, without suffering too many consequences. And that's where I think collectively the transatlantic partners really have to get their act together.
It's interesting, too, in the sense that it's going to be very complex for Putin, because while what Julie says is absolutely right, and so many of the victories, in a sense, that he has had, he hasn't really had to lift a finger. We've kind of done it ourselves. But if he makes a wrong move, he can also have the opposite effect, where all of a sudden he brings people together. An example certainly is what's happening up in the Baltics right now, where U.S. forces are being reintroduced on a rotational basis into the Baltics. NATO's deployed forces up there. There's a lot of ongoing work and money, U.S. dollars particularly, going into rebuilding somewhat the U.S. force structure in Europe, as well as NATO. So that was a result of what happened with Crimea and going into eastern Ukraine. Georgia as well was part of that. So if he miscalculates and he tries to take advantage of some of the weaknesses that Julie points out, it could have the opposite impact too, and that could be drawing us closer together. So it's complex for him.
You know, from what I've been hearing, both within the Trump administration and in some parts of Europe, especially the German government, there's a kind of a hope that everyone can be brought together, including the Russians, over the issue of Ukraine, by re-examining the issue of Ukraine, by trying to make another deal that goes beyond Minsk II, and that provides a basis to solve that problem, with the United States playing a larger role in concert with the Germans and the French, and then would then lay the basis for some kind of reset initiative, which the Trump administration still seems extremely interested in doing. And so I'm wondering, based on, Otto, you've dealt with this issue for years. I mean, is that plausible at all that that could work?
I mean, I'd obviously love to see Ukraine be restored, in a sense, to its original integrity, and to have a deal that, you know, mitigates some of the violence and, frankly, tragedy that the Ukrainian people have had to endure. But the deal that you're describing does not sound particularly plausible. I mean, Russia is, I don't think Putin is going to agree to a deal that doesn't involve a scenario in which he feels as if he has significant influence over the government of Ukraine and is capable of blocking, essentially, their action to join NATO, certainly, but then to also engage in further European integration. And it has not struck me that that has been the kind of deal that certainly I would support individually, but also that I think the United States should be supporting in that circumstance.
Anybody else have thoughts on this?
The only thing that's hard to read, it seems to me, as far as Putin and Ukraine, is whether he believes that even if he strikes some kind of deal, in the long run, Ukraine is going to fall into his lap anyway, partly because of the Ukrainians themselves. If you wanted to bet on Ukrainian stability and sort of getting over corruption and all the things that have plagued Ukraine over the long run, you'd be pretty cautious making that bet. And I think that if he can get us to sort of lose interest in Ukraine by having some kind of, on the surface, pretty good deal. Donbass is still going to be Donbass, you know, Crimea is still going to be in Russia, and his ability to manipulate, or at least to try to manipulate the Ukrainian system internally will still be there. So it's just a question of what his calculation as to how he best gets what he wants. So that's the only part of it. But no part of that is a good outcome from our point of view. Because if Ukraine ultimately becomes essentially an adjunct to Russia, you have a new strategic situation in Europe. I mean, that's what's at stake here. It's not just, you know, Ukrainian independence and Ukrainian democracy. It's actually moving Russia's strategic frontier deeper into Europe, which begins to return us back to previous eras when Russia became more of a threat. I mean, the degree to which we have invited the growth of Russian influence in the world is also rather striking. I mean, I do think we certainly, it's too strong to say we welcomed them into Syria, but we really didn't do anything to prevent them from assuming the position that they have in Syria. And that has really strengthened their global position. It's strengthened their position in the Middle East. And it's all part of this general trend, which I think we've been in for some time, of thinking that just a lot of these things in the world that we used to be so obsessed with just aren't that important. And that's the larger frame in which all these questions are taking place, but the problem is us, ultimately.
Julianne, I wanted to come back to something you mentioned, because you brought up, on the one hand, Brexit, on the other hand, what the German and French may do after the German election. And I wonder if the divide we're talking about, to some extent, isn't the divide across the Atlantic, but the divide between the Anglo-Saxon West and the continental European West, which seem to be going in rather different directions at the moment. We have, you know, populist forces very strong in Britain and the United States, isolationism growing in both countries, and yet France and Germany kind of rededicating themselves to kind of more centrist policies, rededicating themselves seemingly to Western values. How do we manage that divide?
Well, I think it would be a mistake to take the outcome of the French election and assume that, well, that's a wrap, like France has it sorted, you know? I mean, let's not forget that Marine Le Pen had a pretty decent showing, certainly more so than her father in prior attempts to get the National Front to the highest levels. And so these populist trends are not just, we don't find those waves in the UK and here in the United States. We find it all across Europe, and you find it in Central and Eastern Europe, you find evidence of it in Western Europe, and yes, France chose a different outcome. They decided to go with the centrist Macron, and they're going to give him a chance. We'll see if he can deliver. Right now, people are enthusiastic, there's a lot of excitement, but it's a pretty tough set of issues to deliver on, and really, if you think about what he wants to do and what Hollande claimed he wanted to try and achieve, there's not a lot of difference there, and yet Hollande found it incredibly challenging to deliver on a lot of those campaign promises. So I have a hard time saying, oh, well, we have certain trends that are only evident, are present in kind of the Anglo-Saxon side of the transatlantic relationship. I think this is a collective challenge. I personally, I hope Merkel will come through. We don't know. We've been surprised many, many times in recent years by polling, by election outcomes, and I've given up on predicting election outcomes for the rest of my life, given what's happened in recent years. So, you know, September is a ways away, and let's see what happens. But I think the bigger question is, how will national capitals and leaders across Europe and here in the United States address those populist wins and see if they could give the public more faith in governance, in international institutions, maybe even in elites, many of whom are present here today. Who knows? So it's all, I mean, it will be fascinating to see what happens here in the United States, in Trump's own determination to deliver a very distinct and different set of agenda items to his base. And it'll be very very interesting to see how now a weakened Theresa May carries on with her own agenda, including Brexit, but far beyond that. So again, I think this is a collective challenge, and it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Jim, Macron certainly, and rather predictably, has been talking about as one of his priorities to reinforce European security cooperation and build some kind of European security alternative independent from NATO and the United States. I mean, how plausible is that, especially given the new impetus that they have from uncertainty about us? And are they going to be provided with an excuse to do what Trump wants them to do anyway, which is increase their defense spending?
Well, that's a great question, and it's something that we're watching very carefully. Macron's position is a standard French position all along. They've always have been great supporters of the European project and the EU, and champions of a EU defense establishment as well. It's important for EU defense industry, what the EU might do, and so they're national champions there in France who produce equipment, and this is so it's important for Macron to say what he's been saying. But you know, I would say that in 1998, as Saint-Malo took off and they began to develop within the EU this defense capability, with a lot of catcalls from outside the EU about what the EU was doing, and a lot of mistakes as well. The environment has shifted in some ways because of the problems that Julie was just laying out and the problems we've talked about, where the EU has got to be a player. It's got to be a player with NATO, in cooperation with NATO. It's got to be a player within Europe to increase defense spending and this type of thing. And I think there's a greater realization at the time when this was an ideological thing for France, or an ideological thing for a lot of the European members of the EU, that they wanted to push this, and in some ways it was a finger in the eye of the United States. That was a lot of what was the driving things in the early 2000s, aggravated by Iraq and things. It was a bad time. I think right now there is enough concern and fear within Europe that this kind of motivation for ideological reasons isn't driving it as much as trying to make the EU more effective in dealing with terrorism, more effective in dealing with a lot of the problems coming out of globalization and the movements of peoples south to north, dealing with the migrant issue. And understanding that the EU has got to work with NATO in order to achieve these things, and work with the United States. So I think there is more of a sober-minded approach in downtown Brussels on trying to make this work. Whether they're going to be able to do that, I don't know, because there is the inherent flaw that certainly is within large organizations, such as the EU, where you can only go so far in this kind of collective approach to something like security. But I think at least if we can wring the ideology out of it and try to make it more practical and make it more oriented towards achieving increased defense spending in cooperation with NATO, maybe it'll be effective, but I think the jury is still out.
What's your guess, Avril Haines, on that? Are they really, do you think they're likely to step up in response to the pressure that's coming from us, or their uncertainty about whether or not they can depend on us?
I think Jim's probably about right. I don't have much to add to that. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to pull it together at this stage, given the additional challenges that they're facing right now.
Bob, if the United States doesn't defend democratic values and traditional Western values, can Europeans fill the gap? Can Angela Merkel, assuming she gets reelected, become leader of the free world, as some of the people are calling her?
No. And, you know, Jim has just gotten out of the government, so you still sound like you're in the government, and, you know, things are going to be okay, because you can't work in the government unless you say things are going to be okay. I'm much more.
Sitting next to each other,
right.
Say,
you know, it's going to get easier. Yeah. It's going to get easier. Look, the bottom line is Europe, in my view, the bottom line is that Europe is getting weaker, not stronger. And the biggest factor of its getting weaker is that Britain has basically ceased to be a great power. Partly by choice, partly because of the internal political conflicts. Leaving Europe weakens Britain, ultimately, as a power, but so does their existing defense budgets, and so does the attitude of Britain. I mean, the whole the whole sense that Britain had to be a great power on the international scene, which, you know, was a sort of, which lasted through most of the 20th century, even as Britain steadily declined in its ability to do so. I think that's mostly gone. I don't think Britons think of themselves as people who should play a big role on the world stage. So that's a big subtraction from Europe. I think that Europe is going to be concerned with their domestic problems. They are not used to, we've been trying to get them to be a global factor for a long time in cooperation with us. They've not been interested in doing that. I don't think they think that most of the threats that they face have anything to do with military capability. It has to do with immigration and their own domestic issues. Germany, I think we should say happily, is very afraid of becoming a great power again, and is self-constrained in that way. So I think it's highly unlikely that, and we certainly have heard the rhetoric of the EU has to get its act together, independent force, et cetera, at a time when Europe was incredibly optimistic about itself in the late 90s and early 2000s. Now Europe is incredibly pessimistic about itself. It seems to me that that's just unlikely. So the absence of us is the absence of anything holding the order together.
Can I add to that? And also to, I think, what was said before, I agree Europe is weaker right now, and I think it's much more than the UK leaving in many respects. So they have a sovereign debt crisis. Unemployment is topical. I think within the last 15 years, they've had declining productivity as compared to other developing economies. They have an aging demographic issue. I'm not suggesting that we're in perfect shape, my God, but I do see significant challenges for Europe in this respect. And I think that's a big piece of the puzzle that needs to be thought about as we're thinking about how it is that we move forward. And when we look at what's happening in Asia and in India, and we see how the next few decades are going to evolve, I think it's another reason for why it's so important for us to be banding together, in effect, to try to address the challenges that we're addressing. And I think your point earlier about are we safe on the EU, in a sense, you know, because, in fact, there are a number of countries, as you point out, not the UK, obviously, but in many other countries. I think it was, Pew also had some statistics on this that indicated that it was like 18% more of the population in France today as compared to a year ago is for staying in the EU. We see a bump in a number of other European countries. At the same time, I thought it was very interesting that most of these same countries believe, while they say this, right, that their own country should be making the decisions when it comes to migration and when it comes to trade, right? These are critical issues that are relevant to EU integration. So if saying both things at the same time doesn't necessarily give you the same comfort that the first statistic gives you about the future of the EU. And I think they've got still many significant challenges. And frankly, we have a number of the same challenges when it comes to essentially economic disadvantages to globalization and to technology trends. And if we're working this through with Europe, I think we're probably stronger in doing that. And I think those are things we're going to need to address in the next few decades.
I'm wondering if we're going to have trouble at the top in the relationship, which so far we sort of have between President Trump and senior European leaders, and if there's doubt being cast from the White House on the value of NATO, the value of those traditional ties, how strong are the bonds that have been created over the years beneath that top level, and what effect can they have? I've been struck by the way that to some extent Congress has been asserting itself a little bit more on transatlantic policy, passing this, the Senate passing a bill by 98-2 or something like that to reinforce the Russia sanctions, the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee lecturing Tillerson about the budget. Can those things get us through for a while, Jim?
Well, going back to what Bob Kagan said, you know, I've just been out of government, and so one thing that keeps me hopeful, at least, over the past few months is we've seen this from the very top, this questioning about a lot of things that we've assumed for years were the pillars of the transatlantic relationship in the West, has been that second layer where whether it's the bureaucracy itself, which I know in a lot of ways is a dirty term for some, but in fact, whether it is that solid effort being made to keep things going, as well as people like General Mattis, General McMaster, who we'll see today, and others who on a day-to-day basis are doing the things that are keeping the ties very strong, very vibrant, and very cooperative in trying to move forward and take on problems. So while when you read tweets and you hear pontification from the White House about NATO and this type of thing, right under the surface, there's a lot of work still being done, keeping things going. And so where Trump goes in his views about the West, his views about NATO, his views about the transatlantic relationship, wherever that goes, I'm hoping it's going to, over time, maybe come more closer to the mainstream. I'm not going to bet on that. But I do know underneath that is a very solid structure that we've all been part of at one point or another. That's going to keep things going until we can sort out where Trump and the White House are on these kinds of issues.
Julie, is there a muddle-through factor here that we...
Yeah, I think Jim's right that in certain ways the relationship is kept alive because of so many different levels inside government and the people that are committed to the relationship. And there are people settling into some positions, particularly in the Defense Department, that are committed Atlanticists, that have ideas, that want to carry the relationship forward. And that's reassuring. But what's not reassuring is the fact that when you've got to make a really tough ask of an ally, you have to do it at the head of state level. So let's assume that the United States is going to move forward with, say, 4,000 or 5,000 more troops in Afghanistan. And the allies already know that that will likely mean very specific asks for them in terms of adding more troops to the mission in Afghanistan, NATO's mission there. And that ask really needs to be made between Trump and another head of state. And if the personal relationship is not there at all, or if it's sour for some reason because of these prior engagements haven't quite gone as planned, or because the president's tweeting and naming and shaming particular leaders, then that makes that ask very difficult. And Mattis could ask 1,000 times, and people, Europeans could love engaging with him, other ministers of defense, but they really want to hear it from the president, and from a president that has already shown some fundamental commitment to the relationship and to the values that we share. And so right now, we're in a situation, and again, this may change, but we are in a situation where I fear that if the president did start calling around to make an ask, either on Afghanistan or say something else hits the headlines in the next couple of days that none of us are talking about here today, then that makes that ask that much harder. And the other thing I would say is the contradiction that seems to be ever present between what's coming out of the White House and what's coming out of state and DOD can be tolerated to a certain extent. And I think our allies are adjusting to that reality. And people are told, oh, don't follow the tweets, don't pay attention, really focus on the policies and the actions we're taking. But the reality is that it matters. It matters when allies feel that they're constantly left in this state of kind of strategic ambiguity of we don't know fundamentally where the White House stands, where the president stands, and who's in charge. And even though Mattis and Tillerson are telling us very reassuring things, it leaves us deeply uncomfortable and uncertain to the point in some cases where I think they're afraid to move forward because they're not sure what to take seriously or what to trust. So I do think Jim's right. Certain bilateral and multilateral conversations will continue. There's a NATO defense ministerial tomorrow, I believe, which is great and will no doubt carry on the NATO agenda and do great things. But there's kind of a ceiling you hit with progress if the White House is not behind the work that's going on at that level.
That's right.
I just add to what Julie's saying. I think another aspect of it too is related to the poll that you mentioned before, which is the public perception of America in those countries. And I think when, for example, when we're talking about Russia and sanctions against Russia, which we found to be so much more effective when Europe does with us, right? The reality is there are a number of countries in Europe that have significant economic ties and others with Russia. It's very politically difficult for them to take steps under those circumstances. Italy is a good example of this. If their population is feeling less and less favorable towards the United States and there are other implications to the relationship and they see, for example, the United States say things about their country that they don't like, or that they perceive as insulting, it has an impact on the degree to which their politicians can essentially push forward on things that are otherwise domestically controversial. So there's another additional space to it, I think, that's important from that perspective. It's also just a question of leadership issues too, right? I mean, I think there's possible to maintain things that are already existing mechanisms that are currently in place, essentially through our continued contacts, and that muscle memory is there. But when you actually want to initiate new things, it becomes much more difficult if you don't have those relationships at the top.
You know, we're just about out of time, but I'd like to end just by asking you, because I think Michelle Flournoy said it very well, we're really uncertain where policy is going, what the administration's policy is really going to be, and and therefore how this relationship with Europe is really going to develop over the next year or two. So I'd like to ask each of you to say, what should we be watching to know where things are really going to go? What are the canaries or the coal mine? What are the key tests? Is it Baltics, Ukraine, Russia? How will we know where the relationship is going?
I'll start. I think there's a couple of ways to know where an administration is headed. There's trips, there's the appointment of various personnel, and then there's a crisis. And we've had a couple of trips. We've had one big trip to the Middle East and Europe where we are able to get some clues. And we're lacking in the appointments department. And again, some folks are settling into their seats, but State Department continues to be kind of an open book in terms of what types of personalities are going to settle into those assistant secretary positions and undersecretary positions in the months ahead. So for me, it's really, I mean, you can watch a lot of things. I'll be interested in looking at the Trump and Putin meeting next week. But I'm really, I don't want to say I'm looking forward to a crisis, but I do believe that whatever crisis erupts this year, and there will be one, I think it will lend itself to some real lessons. I think we'll all be able to draw lessons from that experience to understand how this White House looks at the network of allies and partners and alliances we have. To what extent did he rely on that network? Did he have a more favorable view of that network after the experience of the crisis, and what did we learn collectively from going through that? And I think even the Obama administration, I mean, let's be clear, Obama came in a self-declared Pacific president, remember? I don't think he really would have branded himself in the early days as a big transatlantic expert or Atlanticist. And over time, I think Obama also came to appreciate more some of those relationships in Europe, the alliances in Europe, the network of institutions. He was the one that tried to make the case for the UK to stay in the European Union when no other European leader seemed to be willing to make that case. And so you could see kind of President Obama's view towards those partners and allies evolve. And maybe with this president, we will also see an evolution, God forbid, through a series of crises in the months ahead.
I think for me, in terms of looking at what's the canary in the mine shaft, is engagement by senior European leaders with the president. I think right now there is a great nervousness, not just about what's coming out of the White House, what's being said, what does this mean about how the U.S. might work with Europe or not, but there's a nervousness about just engaging with the president, because whether it's the handshake photo op or it's other things that are small but resonate at home quite a bit, I think a lot of senior leadership are going to not want to come to Washington, or certainly not invite the president. And so what we were just saying, what Julie was saying about that senior level relationship, Avril was talking about this too, the senior level relationships that have to develop so that you can make the big asks, so that you can deal with the crisis. If we're not having the engagement that helps build that senior level relationship, then we're going to start seeing that the way the European nations are responding is by stepping back back, keeping him at arm's length, and waiting him out. And so that, to me, if we start really seeing that, the numbers of visits dropping, a lot of work being done at that second level or third level instead, then I think that's going to show us, the canary will show us that we've got some major problems here, and that the decision by the European allies is we're just going to wait them out. We're not going to engage with the U.S. now. It's too risky.
Pardon?
The canary is already dead. We're running out of time, right? So I don't want to take too long. I mean, look, first of all, in terms of, I know we're in bad shape. We all know how the American government works. I know we're in bad shape when we're saying, I think Congress is in a good place. I think the bureaucracy is in a good place. It's only the president that's a problem. The president's made very clear what he thinks about the world. He makes it clear every day, and including when there are crises, which we've already seen some minor crises. His response to crises is to take the narrowest conceivable view of American interests. North Korea might be able to hit us with a missile, therefore I'm now going to completely reverse, or at least seem to completely reverse the policy I had toward China a week earlier. Germany sells too many cars, so the US-German relationship in his mind is about trade. The Middle East is important because there are terrorists there. So it's all, if you want to understand what this administration is going to do, you just need to take the narrowest, most self-interested view of American foreign policy, and that is President Trump's basic position. And all the guys can run around saying, no, 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 we care about world order and all that kind of stuff, but it's baloney, and everybody is going to figure out that it's baloney if they haven't already.
Avril, you've got the last word.
It's hard to follow that. I don't think I can resuscitate the canary on this one. I think, all right, as the optimist in me, I don't actually entirely disagree with what Bob said, unfortunately. Right, even as the optimist. But here's the thing, I think to Julie and Jim's point, I think we're hoping that through crises, actually, which we all know will happen as much as we don't wish them, that there will be a recognition of the value of the relationship that isn't there right now. And I think that's the question is, can the canary be resuscitated? In any event, I'm lending on that one. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you to all of you, and thank you to the audience. A good discussion.
Navy Fellow here at the Center for New American Security.
And I'm Javier Gonzalez, this year's Navy Fellow at Johns Hopkins University at Applied Physics Lab.
So we're here today to talk to you about some research we've done this year into what we think may be one of the gravest but perhaps less talked about threats to U.S. military power in the Asia Pacific. And that is the growing capability of China's People's Liberation Army rocket force to threaten U.S. bases in Asia. We believe that U.S. policymakers and leaders should understand that in the event of a crisis that potentially threatens China's core strategic interests, or perhaps the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party, that a preemptive strike against the bases that underpin U.S. military power in the Western Pacific could be a real possibility. Such a preemptive strike would be consistent with China's military force doctrine, as well as China's overall military strategy. An imagery that we're going to show you shows real-world imagery of them potentially practicing these strikes at an impact range in Western China. But does China have the forces necessary to pull off such a military strike? We did open source modeling and simulation, which results in what we think to be areas of great concern that call for action now.
So at its beginning, the Chinese ballistic missile force was focused primarily on nuclear deterrence. But after observing the tremendous success of U.S. forces during the first Gulf War, the force transformed into one with both conventional and nuclear capabilities. Using what has been described as a projectile-centric strategy, China was able to minimize some of the disadvantages associated with platform capabilities and took advantage of platform capabilities in factors such as local geography, in greater bang for the buck against ships and aircraft, and gaps in international law, because China does not participate in the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. The Chinese missile force now consists of about 100,000 personnel, and it was recently elevated to a status co-equal to that of China's other military services. As described in open source documents, Chinese missile doctrine calls for a range of deterrence, compellence, and coercive operations. In the event a deterrence fails, a missile campaign would target locations such as command centers, communications hubs, air and missile defenses, air and naval bases, fuel depots, electrical power facilities, and aircraft carrier strike groups. The ballistic missiles strikes will be followed by slower cruise missiles and aircraft, which will be destroying targets such as aircraft that are in place due to runway cratering. Notably, Chinese tests of missile campaign centers on the importance of surprise and indicate a preference for preemptive strikes. And utilizing missile strikes to indicate the shortcomings may be still valid to China's overall military strategy of active defense, in that China may believe that a preemptive kinetic strike is a defensive counterattack to a rival's mere threatening of his sovereignty or core interest, even if only in the strategic realm.
So if you're having trouble imagining what a preemptive strike like this from the Chinese PLA rocket force might look like, worry no more. Chinese state-owned television has produced a program describing an island, what they call an island reclamation campaign, which involves U.S. counterintervention. And you'll see what these strikes look like. This is as visualized by them. Oop. It appears that in the real world, the PLA rocket force appears to be making quite real the capabilities that you saw in that video, and that, as we mentioned before, in their doctrine. Specifically, at a ballistic missile impact range located in western China on the edge of the Gobi Desert, we see exactly the sort of targets talked about in PLA rocket force doctrine and also shown in that video. Targets such as groups of vehicles, perhaps representing mobile air and missile defense batteries, kind of like you saw in the video. Parked aircraft targets out in the open, as you saw the submunitions deployed that struck those targets. Fuel depots, as discussed in their doctrine and as shown in the video. Runway cratering via submunitions, again, as you saw in the video and as discussed in their doctrine. Electrical facilities, this is a mock electrical substation that doesn't appear to have any power lines going to or from it. And the accurate delivery of penetrating warheads to hardened aircraft shelters and targets, as well as to multi-story command centers. Of note, the ability to strike command centers such as these with penetrating warheads in the first few minutes of a conflict could give the Chinese the ability to destroy those command centers with their command staffs in them in the first few crucial minutes of the conflict. Now, in 2010, Dr. Toshio Shihara, who's with us here today, wrote that authoritative PLA publications indicated discussions by the Chinese of their intentions to attempt to preemptively strike U.S. ships in port at the start of a conflict. Attention was focused most especially on the U.S. naval base in Yokosuka, right outside of Tokyo, home to the U.S. 7th Fleet, the U.S. 7th Fleet command ship, and the United States' sole forward-deployed nuclear aircraft carrier. Evidence that China had been practicing to strike ships like these in port would lend credence to Dr. Yoshihara's concerns, and such evidence exists. Again, out in the Gobi Desert, we see ship-shaped targets that appear to be almost exactly the same size as U.S. Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. Of note, these targets are positioned within a mock harbor, the outline of which is an almost identical match mirror image for the actual inner harbor of the U.S. naval base in Yokosuka. It bears considering that the only way that China could expect to catch multiple ships in port would be through a surprise attack. Otherwise, in the case of a brewing crisis, the United States likely would have sent its fleet to sea. Now, while skeptics might say that it's unlikely that the United States would be able to be caught flat-footed like that, history tells us not to discount the possibility of successful surprise attacks. We'd also point out that there are plenty of reports of the PLA rocket force extensively practicing denial and deception techniques.
So China Missile Forces appears to have developed the capability to precisely target U.S. fixed bases. They also seem to have been practicing doing so preemptively. But does China have the capacity to conduct an effective and wide-ranging missile strike against U.S. bases? We try to answer that question, and we use a few basic steps to accomplish that. First, we look at the categories described mentioned on the PLA rocket force doctrine, and then through an open source red team analysis that included commercially available imagery, social media, base maps and directories, press releases, etc., we were able to compile a list of possible targets. In the end, we came up with approximately 500 targets. And this is a good example of the potential targets that were identified at the Kadena Air Base in Okinawa.
So as the next step of our analysis, we wanted to determine whether China actually has the inventory to be able to conduct a wide-ranging preemptive strike as we discussed. And to do that, we being professional ship drivers decided to build upon the work of previous professional defense analysts, in particular RAND Corporation's 2015 U.S. Military China Scorecard Report. We used very similar assumptions that they did and tried to use similar methods of analysis to determine those numbers. The results that we found were that the required number of missiles that we estimated they would require to conduct such a strike would likely be well within the bounds of most analysts' estimates of the PLA rocket force inventory for those targets. You can see here the ranges that are estimated for that. These most recent and updated ranges are from the recently released 2017 DoD China Military Power Report. What you can see here are about 1,200 short-range ballistic missiles that can reach Kadena Air Base, Sasebo Naval Base, and Misawa Air Base, including the DF-11, 15, and 16. And then 200 to 300 conventional medium-range ballistic missiles or anti-ship ballistic missiles that can cover all the Japanese home islands, and 200 to 300 ground-launched cruise missiles. We'd point out that based on a recent simultaneous test launch that the PLA Rocket Force conducted, where they launched 10 DF-21C medium-range ballistic missiles, perhaps as a demonstration, this was right after the most recent presidential election, we believe that most estimates are probably, we think it's probably on the high end. Otherwise, we have a hard time imagining them shooting off a large percentage of their inventory just in one test shot. Of course, the PLA Rocket Force is not shy about displaying its capabilities. And in fact, here is a video courtesy of the PLA Rocket Force and China Television of that test launch. We happened to freeze frame one time, and you can see a human head of a mannequin popping through there. Yeah. Anyways, so where was I? One thing we'd point out here is that as far as we can tell through our open source research, the largest number of ballistic missiles that have ever been intercepted in a U.S. ballistic missile defense test is 2.
So to assess the likely effectiveness of a missile strike against U.S. and allied missile defenses, we try to determine through 2 different methods how many missiles might make it to the targets and what their effects could be. First, we use a spreadsheet method, very similar to how others have looked at the problem in the past, to estimate how many missiles might be intercepted by our defenses and how many missiles might leak through. The assumptions that we make for this analysis can be found in our detailed report.
So the next way that we analyzed how a potential Chinese missile strike might fare is using commercially available wargaming simulations. In this case, one called Command Modern Air and Naval Operations, or CMONO for short. This commercially available simulation is used by other military defense analysts as well as defense contractors. Using the built-in scenario editor and weapon system database, we put Patriot batteries at all the locations where we could ascertain their existence in open source discussions, as well as a terminal high altitude area defense, or THAAD battery, in the location where it's apparently in South Korea. You can see here the Chinese missiles on their way to their targets. These are short-range ballistic missiles, DF-15Bs, similar to the ones you saw in the video, the white one that was launched. There are somewhat longer-range DF-16s here and here that are headed towards Sasebo Air Base, or Sasebo Naval Base, and Misawa Air Base in northern Japan, as well as longer-range DF-21Cs headed towards targets in the Tokyo area, such as Yokosuka and Yokota Air Base. This simulation is running in real time. The time of launch was at 12 o'clock even. I think you can barely make that out. We brought this on screen at about the 2-minute point. We think that's about where command center personnel would be alerted of the incoming strike based on a couple of minutes for space-based sensors to pick it up and to determine the trajectory of the inbound weapons. We ran and recorded this simulation multiple times, recording numbers such as the numbers of defensive weapons expended, ballistic missile defenses, numbers of aircraft destroyed on the ground, runways cratered, ships struck in port pierside, and command center struck. Some key takeaways that we had are that the Patriot batteries that defend, there's multiple Patriot batteries as far as we can tell, that defend Okinawa are likely to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of short-range ballistic missiles available in China's inventory. Additionally, we found that the overall ballistic missile defense architecture of Japan seems mainly oriented towards stopping smaller numbers of North Korean ballistic missiles. Now, while we think this is a worthy goal, certainly, and perhaps a more immediate threat, we think that it seems to us that the BMD laydown in Japan around our bases is most likely inadequate to stop the mass raid from the PLA rocket force. We'd also point out that flight times to bases in Japan for these ballistic missiles were on the order of 6 to 9 minutes, which is a bit shorter than we thought they would be. In order to validate that seems short to us, we simulated a known test launch. We simulated a Minuteman III ICBM launch, which went from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California to a target in Kwajalein Atoll in the Pacific, published as having taken 27 minutes. We ran it in the simulation, it took 25.5 minutes. So a less than 10% difference. Now these simulations, which model damage to specific facilities and their hosted units, gave us some overall takeaways, which are discussed in more detail in our report. First, in most cases, we saw cratering of every runway and every runway length taxiway at every major US airbase in Japan. Additionally, we saw almost every major fixed headquarters and logistical facility destroyed by either the initial ballistic missile strike or follow-on cruise missile strikes, with especially the key command centers destroyed in the first few minutes by ballistic missiles. In most cases, we saw almost every US ship and port in Japan struck pierside by ballistic missiles. And finally, due to runway cratering, degradation of missile defenses, and destruction of headquarters, over 200 US aircraft destroyed on the ground in the first few hours of the conflict. Now, while efforts are underway to improve defensive areas such as base hardening, force dispersal, and effects on Chinese targeting, as well as advanced research into ballistic missile defenses such as high-velocity projectiles, railguns, and lasers, we see that there's more immediate action required now. You can see here as an example, these are DF-21Cs about to strike Iwakuni Air Base on the island of Kyushu. It was able to overfly these Patriot batteries because they're not equipped to shoot high enough to shoot down medium-range missiles that are outside of the atmosphere. So we saw through both of our methods of simulation, both using this simulation and spreadsheets, that significant or similar numbers of ballistic missiles were likely to make it to their targets. Here you can see 5 Patriot batteries defending Okinawa, trying to stop 170 inbound short-range ballistic missiles. Ultimately, what you'll see is white puffs as those ballistic missiles reach their targets. They'd be causing effects on the ground, I guess similar to what we saw in the Chinese video, both of them.
So to see if a later missile defense might help against a missile strike by the Chinese, we rewrite our models and simulations with some fundamental changes. First, we added 2 ballistic missile defense ships, one in the Sea of Japan, the other one in the East China Sea. We added 5 THAAD batteries in Japan. We dedicated 2 Patriot batteries to protect Iwakuni and Sasebo. And we proposed some doctrinal changes, especially for a scenario like we just discussed, a mass raid scenario, versus something more traditional of less ballistic missiles, like in the North Korean scenario. Some of our findings, specifically in Okinawa, we still found that the Okinawa defenses will still be overwhelmed by the sheer number of ballistic missiles incoming to Okinawa, but at least the damage was mitigated. More importantly, what we found was that most of the ballistic missiles heading to the mainland in Japan, were mostly intercepted. This allowed to provide enough time to accomplish a couple of things. One, it provided time for the aircraft to be able to take off and mount some sort of defense against the common cruise missiles. It also allowed for critical facilities to be evacuated and provided time for the ships in port to bring the air missile defenses and get away from the pier positions.
Some other specific recommendations we make for policymakers and leaders are also detailed in our report, which is available outside. Now, while some may have argued that ballistic missile defense is a hopeless proposition with interceptors that cost more than the missiles that they are attempting to stop, our modeling and simulation and tallies indicate that perhaps the only thing more expensive than ballistic missile defense may be not having it against a threat of this size. In this case, based on our revised simulations, what seems like a few $1 billion, admittedly a large amount, of ballistic missile defense architecture, and we would point out at this point that since we started this project, Japan is now apparently considering buying THAAD batteries of their own. That kind of investment could save what we tallied up as tens of billions of dollars of ships, aircraft, facilities destroyed on the ground at the pier, as well as the lives of numerous service personnel in those facilities. Most importantly, robust missile defense like this could potentially allow for firmer U.S. action in the case of a crisis, and sow doubt into the minds of Chinese leaders that a strike like this would succeed against our defenses. I doubt they have that doubt right now. And thereby avoid, in the first place, a shooting war through that temptation. Thank you for your time and attention. The opinions we've expressed in analysis today are, of course, those of us alone, and do not represent those of the United States Navy, the DoD, or the U.S. government. We're now going to take a short break. Oh, no, we're down to 4 minutes left. Sorry. We're going to move straight on to our next panel, 11 o'clock. We have a great panel coming up on Iran with Senators Chris Murphy and Kelly Ayotte. We don't want to be late for that, along with some other heavy hitters will be on the room too. Thank you.
Thank you.
bipartisan ticket.
Right. And we guess what we did.
Yeah. It's like, you want to know what we can do?
All right. Maybe I'll just go up a bit. Well, I was just going to do this from here, but get everybody's attention. Woo. All right. Can we ask everybody to sit down, please? We're going to get started. All right. Everybody to please quiet down. We're going to get and take your seats. Thank you very much for joining us for this panel. We've had an interesting day thus far. Now we're going to sort of talk about a really easy issue, crafting a successful strategy for Iran. That sounds like a good, easy, simple panel to work through, as we were just sort of saying up here. Before we do, and before we get to our discussion, my name is Elon Goldenberg. I run the Middle East Security Program here at CNAS, and we wanted to do a little interactive polling with you. So folks, pull out their CNAS app, pull out your phone, and you hop over in your schedule to this current session, Crafting a Successful Iran Strategy, and click on that. And you click down, you should see a live poll. Now, if we can put that up on the screen, please, for AV, and click on the live poll. You should have a first question that pops up, which is, will the Iran nuclear agreement survive for the next 4 years? Yes or no? And let's see how the audience is actually doing. Interesting. Give it about... Right, we are looking at roughly 60-40, 58-42. So that's actually a pretty interesting, contentious disagreement there, which will make for an interesting discussion. And that's probably where I'd put it, 60-40. Seems like a reasonable answer. Now, if we go to the next question, which should pop up, do you expect that the United States will have a military confrontation with Iran in the next 4 years? All right. That's pretty reassuring. 75-25, no. Actually, I don't know, is that reassuring, or 25% is still pretty high. So maybe I'm less than reassured. But, right, well, that's obviously the topic of discussion for this panel. And obviously some very heady and important issues that we'll be weighing here. So I'd like to just quickly introduce our panel. We have a great group to discuss this. Former Senator Kelly Ayotte, who Republican from New Hampshire, who also is very active on the Senate Armed Services Committee previously. Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, who's also on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Liz Rosenberg, my colleague, who runs our Economics, Energy, and Security program at CNAS and is a real world-class expert on sanctions and formerly at the Treasury Department. And Matt McGinnis, who's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and has a long career in the Defense Department and intelligence community working these issues. So maybe let's go back to that first question and start with you, Senator Ayotte. You know, when you were in the Senate, you opposed the nuclear agreement, and obviously were part of that very big debate. But there is this question now, you know, we're 2 years on from that debate, and at least thus far the administration has been pursuing this strategy review and has said that until that strategy review is complete, it's not really going to make a judgment one way or another on the Iran nuclear agreement. Do you think that at this point the Trump administration should keep the Iran nuclear agreement, even if you might have disagreed with it at the time, or is there still opportunity, do you think, to renegotiate or walk away from the deal? What do you think they should do?
Well, thank you, Elon. I'm very honored to be here with this panel, especially with Senator Murphy. And I will say that if you look at where we are opposing the JCPOA, as I looked at it at the time, giving Iran dismantling hard-won sanctions, putting them in a position where at the time the administration did not deal with the ballistic missile program, giving them relief on the arms embargo, or dealing with their support for terrorism, and also relief, economic relief, and a window where they can continue research and development, and a 10 to 15 year after that period, really being able to go forward in developing nuclear weapons and having actually sprinting to a nuclear weapons then. So if you're Iran, of course, if you look at what the State Department said about Iran actually technically being in compliance, strategically, they're going to continue to try to be in technical compliance with the JCPOA. It makes sense for them strategically to wait it out, to continue their research and development. And so the administration is in a tough position right now, because if they were to pull out of the JCPOA, as much as I thought it was a very poor deal for us and for security, they will be alone. Russia and China will block any actions that they could potentially take. You will also probably have very few, if any, European partners to join them. And one of the strengths prior to the agreement was, of course, not just our sanctions, but the multilateral sanctions. So what I do hope happens right now, I can see the administration saying we're not going to pull out right now of the JCPOA because of that, and being left in a position where they don't have anyone that is going to join them to strengthen any action they would take if they pulled out. But I think what the Congress did recently in passing legislation to impose sanctions on Iran on the ballistic missile program, to give the opportunity to impose sanctions for their terrorism-related activities, that's something that's been a long time coming. And I hope that the House will get over their blue slip problem and figure it out and get this legislation going forward, because if we don't deal with their ballistic missile program, that is very, very dangerous. That's something that shouldn't have been left out of what happened at the time. We know Iran will claim, by the way, if we impose sanctions on ballistic missiles, that that is a violation of the JCPOA. I still think first of all, it's not, even though they'll claim it is. But I think it's really important that if the administration stays in the JCPOA, which I don't see a lot of action for them to get out right now at the moment, they get tough with them on this missile program, on their support for terrorism, on their human rights violations, and that's where I think the opportunity is.
Thanks. And so maybe, Senator Murphy, imagine you'd have a different view on some of this perspective, especially on the nuclear agreement itself. So maybe before we sort of dive a little deeper into the regional developments and things like that, we can get your take on this question.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that Kelly and I came out in different places. Again, I'm join her in thanking you for having us on this panel. Look forward to the discussion. To me, it's really not a framework of looking at it as a good deal or a bad deal. To me, it was a vitally necessary deal, that it was important, having been given the opportunity, running these sanctions for long enough to impose a real cost on the Iranian economy, the willingness of our partners to join with us in these negotiations to take this issue of a nuclear militarized Iran off the table, at least for the foreseeable future. And I think a lot of the dispute was whether you try to settle all of our issues with Iran at one time, or whether you take the most troublesome off the table that may actually make it more likely, not less likely, that you are able to effectively deal with issues like their treatment of citizens with respect to human rights, whether it be their actions in the region or their support for terrorist groups. To me, it was important to take that issue off of the table, and they have complied with the agreement. And to the extent that many of us thought this was also part of a broader strategy to try to empower the relative moderates, and that is a truly relative term inside Iran in the long term, the recent elections, may indicate that that longer-term strategy is playing out. Now, I haven't been a cheerleader of these new sanctions because I do worry about proportionality. We've given some pretty significant pre-endorsements to the president, and I am hopeful that he will use it in a way that doesn't seek to intentionally unwind the nuclear agreement. But there's no doubt that all of us that supported that agreement said that we were doing so in anticipation of the fact that we would come together later, Republicans and Democrats, to craft a new strategy to try to take on the ballistic missile program, to try to push back against their support for terrorism. And I think that's what these sanctions can do if properly used by this administration. I know we're going to talk about the broader set of policies here, but I think it's important to realize that if you want this successful counter-Iran strategy, you do have to look outside the missile program. I think we've done some good things, the sanctions amongst them. I think the administration is taking a series of other steps that, frankly, are going to be detrimental in trying to keep Iran inside a box in the short and medium term.
Just sort of curious to go back on that, if you wanted to expand on what you think they're doing that would make it difficult to keep Iran in the box.
Well, I mean, let's be honest about the ballistic missile program. We talk about the ballistic missile program through the prism of Israel, and it's important to do that because that program does present an existential threat to Israel. But those missiles are pointed at Saudi Arabia, and to the extent that we are serious about trying to lessen the imperative that the Iranians feel to build up their ballistic missile program, then it's probably not smart policy to be loading up the Saudis with more weapons than ever before. We've sold more weapons, offensive weapons, to the Saudis over the course of the last 10 years than we did in our entire history of arms sales to the Saudis previous to 2008. So my criticism of the pace of arms sales to the Saudis is certainly connected to the Yemen campaign, but it's also connected to what I believe should be a broader strategy of recognizing that the Iranians are building missiles in part because of the pace of sales that we've provided to the Saudis.
Interesting. Well, that's an interesting trend. Well, you know what? Actually, Liz, I want to sort of turn to you, and then we'll transition to the region. But I wanted to follow up on some of the statements by both the senators about this recent congressional legislation, and more broadly, the role that sanctions should play in crafting a new strategy. I mean, is it possible that as we talk about this broader strategy in the region and towards dealing with the other issues that we have with Iran, the sanctions can play a useful role, or have we basically taken those off the table because of the JCPOA? How do you use them?
Right. Thanks for the question, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. There's an important role for sanctions. It's a well-trod path here, obviously. We've seen them be useful for messaging, for creating economic leverage, obviously, and as has been discussed. To those people who would say, deal supporters who would say that more sanctions now endanger the deal and cannot be compatible with a future tough strategy on Iran, I don't think that's right. We've seen the past administration and this administration use what are certainly tough sanctions on Iran related to support for ballistic missiles and support for terrorism, even human rights, abuse of human rights, and that can be and should be a part of the US policy going forward. It continues to express concerns in these domains. All that said, surely these aren't the only tools to pursue these concerns, and in a number of cases may not be the most appropriate tools, shouldn't be the tools that policy leaders look to in the first instance to pursue these concerns, as I think we'll get into in a moment, to address regional competition and even aggression. There may be a role for sanctions as a messaging strategy and also to complement true deterrence in the military realm, but there are other tools, intel, military, et cetera, that can be useful there, and that's something to bear in mind, particularly when sanctions seem in the fore right now as a policy tool, that in fact there's a broad suite of tools that policymakers will need to keep in mind in those instances.
And in your assessment, Liz, do you think that the recent legislation that was passed in any way helps in this process or endangers the JCPOA in any way, or are you sort of agnostic about the legislation?
Well, I have plenty of strong feelings on this. I think as a legal matter, I think I would associate myself with what was already said, that it doesn't put the United States in a position of not supporting the deal or in abrogating the JCPOA in some way. However, to those people who are, and there are many, concerned about what has been called the spirit of the deal and keeping in the spirit of the deal, surely any such measure, this or others, will be seen as antagonistic to deal supporters and unhelpful to others. Now, that said, I think actually the JCPOA as an agreement is pretty strong and can withstand quite a lot of critique from all sides. The incentives are still there for all sides to stay in it. So the criticism offered on Iran in general and on specific areas that these sanctions go to in particular, that can be compatible with this deal. I don't think it will undermine it.
Great. So I want to, I think, pivot and spend more of our time, actually, because I think the JCPOA, at least I view it more as, it's more the past than the future. The future, at least the next few years, where the debate at least has moved in Washington, has been more on this question of Iran's regional role, and that seems to be more of where this administration is putting the focus, although we could debate which is actually the most important. But I do think, Matt, turning to you, I'd be interested in your take. So we do have, let's say we've put the nuclear program in a box at least for a few years while we're dealing with these other challenges. That's also a debatable assertion. But there are these other challenges, what's happening in Syria and Iran's support for the Assad regime there, Shia militias in Iraq, and also some of the meddling in Yemen. How do you view what is Iran trying to accomplish in the region? Are they doing well at it, and are there ways that we can start to counter some of those things, or that we already have been using to counter some of those things that make sense?
Thanks a lot, and thanks for having me here on this panel. And I think what you're seeing in particular with the administration is an idea of taking the nuclear deal as something that probably needs to be, as opposed to the centerpiece of our Iran policy, as more of a component of a larger strategy. At least I think that's the aspiration of the Trump administration, which I think in general is a good idea. I don't think having the nuclear deal as a centerpiece of how we approach everything is necessarily the right way to go about things. And there's reason why I think in some ways, I think Liz is right, but I would perhaps disagree that we didn't push it as much as we should on Iran's regional behavior during the negotiation period and during the implementation, where I think there was a fear that if you push too hard on the Revolutionary Guard Corps' activity, or on human rights, et cetera, that would put the deal at risk. And I think that there was a degree of hesitation to go as far as we probably should. And I think you've certainly seen a desire by the administration, since January, to push harder on those areas. I think that the exact policy and how to gauge the right amount, that's not before we kind of determine where we want to go with the deal, vice other aspects on the region. That's still being determined, and so we'll see how that goes. But as you're pointing out, there are huge challenges for us of how we want to conduct both our counter-ISIS campaign in Iraq and Syria, and how we also want to conduct, our efforts against Iran and Iran's influence as destabilizing activities, a term we like to use. Sometimes we may need to unpack that better, as well as in Yemen and elsewhere. And I think what the U.S. needs to focus on is understanding areas where what are Iran's kind of core existential interests are, as well as those areas that are the more opportunistic areas where Iran has really expanded recently. And I think we need to kind of divide up our strategy and focus on areas that we can make the most gains on and frankly are the most troublesome for us, and recognize those areas where Iran is most entrenched in the region are going to take a longer term strategy. Say, for example, where Iran is in Lebanon, where Iran is in Damascus in western Syria, and its interest there in preserving Lebanese Hezbollah, preserving Assad's regime. Those are areas that we have to kind of approach as a long-term strategy, as well as Iran's interest directly in Baghdad, western Iraq, and southern Iraq. Those are areas where Iran is going to fight tooth and nail for its influence. But areas that Iran's, the Shia militia, the Popular Mobilization Forces have been growing in their activities as they fight ISIS in northern Iraq, western Iraq, and as we increasingly see potential tensions in eastern Syria as we operate against ISIS. cases, fears of a potential land bridge that may be being built by Iran to be able to move directly on the ground, not just using air, but using land force, land capacity all the way from Tehran to Beirut. Those are things that we need to be very concerned about potentially being able to interrupt and prevent from being entrenched. Those are opportunities Iran is being able to exploit because, in many ways, of the counter-ISIS campaign. And then also, obviously, Yemen is a huge concern because this is an area that, frankly, is not an existential interest to Iran. It is to Saudi Arabia and to some of the other Gulf states. But Iran has been using this as an opportunity to really get underneath Saudi Arabia's skin, and basically, I look at it as a cost-imposing strategy that the Iranians can put a little bit in and get a lot out of that investment to really get the Saudis and the Emiratis and others to throw a lot of money and personnel and time, distraction, even us. And we have to be careful over long term of how they've been using their partnership with the Houthis, as that over time, that partnership can become a true proxy relationship. And where you don't want the Houthis to become like a true Hezbollah-like organization, because then eventually Iran will treat them like Hezbollah, and then they will defend them like they defend Lebanese Hezbollah, and it becomes an existential issue for them. And then it becomes a real disaster for us there, and being able to ensure freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden.
So question then, actually to both senators, and in terms of, it would be interested in your perspectives on this, both in terms of the regional dynamic and what makes sense to push back against Iran, but also the risks. I mean, one of the major risks that we see is the potential in eastern Syria, at least, for a confrontation inadvertently between the United States and Iran or Assad forces. We've seen a number of instances just in the last month or so where U.S. shooting down a Syrian airplane, taking out, in some cases, a number of Shia militia forces, and that sort of roiling us into potentially a broader conflict with Iran as basically ISIS disappears and we find ourselves operating in a much closer space with these groups. How concerned are you about that? And also, what is the Senate's role in this? Because are we going to end up, if we start shooting down Syrian planes, when are we at the point of needing an AUMF that actually justifies something like that?
We're beyond the point of needing an AUMF. There is currently military activity happening inside Syria that is unauthorized, right? There is no legal authorization for military activity against ISIS. There is clearly no legal authorization for military activity against the Assad regime, and the administration itself has testified to that before Congress. I mean, my only dispute with the premise of the question is the word inadvertent. I mean, there is, in my mind, nothing inadvertent about the existing set of military confrontations that are going on between the United States and Syria and Iran. You have to understand that if you're going to put 1,000 troops inside Syria, if you are going to assist in the retaking of Raqqa, the ultimate result of that will be to put U.S. forces in direct confrontation with either Iranian forces or Iranian proxy forces. And the administration has telegraphed that they aren't going anywhere, that they are going to hang around to help our partners hold territory that is taken from ISIS. And if that's the case, then you are previewing a very long-term confrontation between U.S. forces and Iran and Russia. Now, so far, you haven't gotten into a shooting war. We've shot at them, but they haven't necessarily shot back with any U.S. Casualties. I worry that it's just a matter of time, and it begs the question as to why Congress isn't convening a process right now to decide whether or not we want to provide an authorization that I think is long overdue.
Let me just say that this has been, if we look at what's happening in Syria, in part the administration's dealing with inaction from the prior administration. I mean, this has been a long time coming. If we're going to deal with ISIS, we can't just deal with the Iraqi side. They're trying to have a strategy to also deal with ISIS and the Syrian piece of it. And so I hear what Senator Murphy is saying in terms of the issues and the concerns that can arise. We've seen it with the recent activity with the drone shot down, but this is Iran's support for the Assad regime has been undermining also our efforts, I think, in many ways with what we're trying to accomplish against ISIS, as much as they say that they're not doing that. And we've seen the same thing at times with Russia as well. So as I look at what's happening in the region, is the choice just we do nothing? I agree, I think there should be an AUMF, but both of us having served there, we know that the political will to get an AUMF done right now doesn't seem to be present in the Congress. I'd love to see the Congress take up an AUF and have the administration come to the Congress working with them and say, here's our strategy of what we're going to accomplish, what we need to do, and what authority we need to do it. It has to go both hand in hand. But I don't think the alternative is say we're not going to do anything, because they do have to deal with what is a real threat with what is happening with ISIS. You can't just stop it at the border and say, okay, took care of Iraq, we're just going to let Syria continue to devolve.
Does anybody else want to hop in on this question, or we can also move on and sort of in a related question, and really for any of you, part of this is also driven by this, and Senator Murphy got it a little earlier. This question of Iran-Saudi competition in the region, and President Obama famously said, they need to learn how to share the region. That's one perspective. It's clear President Trump has a very different perspective based on his visit to Riyadh, the famous picture of him on the orb with King Salman. And so I guess a question really for all of you or anybody who wants to chime in is, what is that balance? How do we deal with that? I mean, I think Senator Murphy already started to get to it, with the perspective that if you just give the Saudis a blank check, you might actually make things worse. So where is that? You could also argue that if you walk away from them, you just make them insecure and aggressive in that way. So how do we deal with this competition that we're sort of stuck in the middle of?
Well, if I can jump in on that issue, I think in general, I think we saw out of the Riyadh summit what at first appeared to be a fairly successful event, in that we had, on the face of it, unity, both to fight terrorism as well as, directly or implicitly, a good unified front to against Iran, and at least for the broader, policy to push back Iranian influence in the region. And I think this was, in many ways, the pendulum swing away from the previous administration. Regardless of specifics of policy, there was certainly an impression among Gulf leaders that President Obama was really not on their side and was basically kind of leaving them to figure out the world for themselves there, which, regardless of how you look at that principle, the system that, as it had worked for so long, had depended on, a degree of both U.S. underwriting security as well as American leadership there. And once you kind of pull that back, or that American leadership became uncertain, the rest of the states began to kind of try to figure out their own way, and that wasn't particularly working very well. And I think that certainly, as we've seen the last few weeks, the need for good and fairly clear American leadership, not necessarily American intervention everywhere, but American leadership is very much needed. And I think these states are in a situation, especially in the Gulf region, where they have a lot of differences. And I think, but we do have common interests of fighting terrorism and of confronting Iran that I think that needs to have constant, reassurance and reiteration from Washington to be able to manage some of these internal differences of foreign policy that these states have. And I think the balancing that, because otherwise what you're going to have is this insecurity cycle and security dilemma really kicks in between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And frankly, there's another side to that, in that Iran, as much as I do worry, and Iran is taking advantage in some ways of this current crisis going on among Qatar and its neighbors, but Iran is also likely to be seeing the situation as potentially getting out of hand as well, and that you could see both sides seeing increasing instability is going to increase both sides' efforts, to heighten the proxy activity and heighten each other's defensive activities, fearing that either side is going to take aggressive moves toward each other. And I really worry that if the U.S. does not have kind of clear leadership and communicate that clearly, we're going to have an increasing escalation in the Gulf.
So,
listen, I would argue that the U.S. should have a policy to counter the spread of Iranian influence in the region, and we should also have a policy of countering the spread of Saudi influence in the region. We should understand that though the Iranians do lots of terrible things to destabilize the region, so do the Saudis. And the most lethal, most homeland-oriented elements of the international jihadist movement are Sunnis, not Shias. And so for us to be weighing so heavily on the Sunni side of the developing set of proxy wars, I think misunderstands the nature of the threats presented to the United States and this risk we now confront of there being two sets of proxy wars in the region. A set of proxy wars between the Shias and the Sunnis, and then a set of proxy wars within the Sunni world, within the GCC, because of the Saudis' perception that we have given them this blank check to go after all of their enemies. Is very, very dangerous. And so I would hope that we could craft a more fair-minded conversation about the way in which Saudi money eventually flows to a form of Islam that forms the building blocks of the very extremist movements we're seeking to fight, and also at the same time understand that we have to have a fulsome strategy to counteract that same flow of money to terrorist groups that comes out of Tehran. It doesn't seem that we are understanding the duality of our challenges right now in the current administration.
I would say there's no doubt that we should be pressing Saudi Arabia for the support they have for Sunni extremism. No doubt. But it's a different conversation. The Saudis are our allies. The Iranians are not our allies. We all know that. I mean, we are their great Satan. So I just think it's a tough conversation you have with a friend versus a very different relationship, obviously, we have with an adversary. And so I think that you can't put them on equal footing. And what the Trump administration is doing, in part, there was this feeling among the Saudis and other Gulf nations under the Obama administration that they were left on their own and that they didn't have our support and that their support was really on the Iranian end. And so the Trump administration, I think, is trying to counter that. And I think, hopefully, I do agree that, yes, we do need to make sure we're dealing with Sunni extremism, but I don't think you can put them on the same plane.
I think that's a very fair point. I would just add one piece to it. I don't know that there's ever been a more important time to have an ability for the American Secretary of State to be able to talk to the Iranian foreign minister. And what greatly worries me is that this separation that we have had from a previous dialogue that we were able to have with the Iranians makes it much harder to unwind one of these potential conflicts we're talking about before it sets off. And so that's another reason why I think we should be a little bit more strategically positioned in the region, because if we are going to put our forces within such close proximity to the Iranian forces, the fact that we have to talk to them through the Omanis rather than directly makes it more likely that something like that sets off in a bigger and a more volatile way.
I'll just add one more thought in here. Congress, of course, has a number of important roles to play on setting the terms of the conversation for this policy conversation with Iran. One of those most recent ways has been this set of sanctions, but Congress also has an opportunity to signal to the administration and to the Iranians that, in fact, simultaneously there should be appropriate engagement on issues of common interest, particularly to manage miscalculation. And one way to do that is to instruct the administration to offer certain specific licensing opportunities for the U.S. to continue in those sets of conversations. So from my perspective, I think that would be a really useful context to or accompaniment to the set of Iran sanctions that I have no doubt will pass.
I think one thing interesting to follow is Senator Corker's recent announcement that he is going to, as the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, going to put a hold on foreign military sales until there's a resolution of what's happening in the GCC. So I think that's obviously what you're saying is that's the type of leverage also that hopefully can bring people to the table so there isn't a greater regional conflict that continues to brew.
Yeah, and I'm sort of interested, I mean, you know, there's maybe this balancing act between the perspectives that you guys are saying. I mean, if there was this view, I think whether the view is justified or not, there certainly was a view by the Saudis under the Obama administration that they were being abandoned to Iran. But now there seems to be, you could also argue, an opposite view that they've been reassured to the point where they feel they can do almost anything, including go after Qatar in this particular case, which is now looks like something that's really not in the U.S. interest. So I'm sort of curious if maybe you can find a balancing act, and also how you think this latest GCC crisis that we're dripping into, how that affects our Iran policy and our overall regional policy, and what it says about how we've been conducting ourselves for the past few months.
Yeah, I mean, I think this particular crisis has been a real kind of surprise. Well, I mean, in some ways it shouldn't have surprised us, and it did surprise us. I mean, some of these problems go back for a very long time among Doha and Abu Dhabi and Riyadh. We had a miniature version of, we thought it was a big version, but it was a miniature version back in 2014 of this crisis. It was papered over then. I think, you know, there's hopes we may be able to paper over it now, but I think the divisions are very deep. And I don't think that we're going to come to some type of resolution that truly resolves all the problems. And I think we're going to be kind of dealing with these cleavages among those three capitals for a long time, and particularly how it affects, you know, what's happening to Qatar and how Kuwait and Oman are going to feel after this situation of how this is going to affect their relationships with Riyadh and Abu Dhabi. And I think Iran is looking at this scenario, you know, both as I mentioned earlier, as an opportunity, but also as a potential, you know, worrisome of, are they going to see, you know, from their perspective, getting in the Iranian mindset, you know, does this mean that Washington, you know, is and Riyadh are very much going to have a very strong policy against them pushing back, you know, from the Gulf, and how they're going to be calculating against that. So for us, I think this is, you know, for the U.S., I think that, you know, the Qatar crisis, you know, allows, in some ways, it allows us to kind of open up the box and peer into, in a way that we haven't in a long time, the internal workings of our allies. And understand, it's like looking under the hood of our car that we've been wanting to go with to use against Iran in a more effective way, and we kind of realize there's a whole bunch of problems in the engine. And so we're getting a chance to kind of try to fix some of this stuff. I don't know if we're going to be able to, but I do think it does allow us to understand not only some of the more deeper intricacies of the counterterrorism financing problem, because everyone in the region has a counterterrorism financing problem, let's be honest, and then also how we can make this work potentially better or more realistically if we're going to put together a regional effort against Iranian influence, or a more effective effort against Iranian influence. So I think that's the silver lining, if you want to use that, for the crisis. But overall, I think it's putting us in a situation where we're going to have to reevaluate how much, how far, how fast we can go in organizing a good, strong diplomatic front with Iran, because you do see the region kind of breaking up into different camps in this kind of Qatar-Turkey axis that may be developing in this kind of middle ground. that's still tied with us from a security structure standpoint, because Turkey's still a NATO ally, Qatar's still an ally, but it's moving in a kind of a grayer area. It's going to create new space for Iran, Russia, everyone to play in a more multipolar Middle East. So I think this is going to be a new challenge for us. I don't think it really totally undermines our Iran policy, but it makes it more complicated.
Let's just be honest about the challenges here. I don't mean to be too political, but I'm glad that Senator Corker took this stand to try to be helpful to Secretary Tillerson's efforts. But let's understand why that happened. That happened because Secretary Tillerson could not create an alliance with the President of the United States on this matter. And so instead, he turned to the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And so long as Secretary Tillerson is trying to be very constructive in putting out these flames, while the President of the United States is feeding them with fuel and fire, everyone in the region is going to be hyper confused about what our policy is. But I think you're right that this issue brings out into the open some really important questions that we should talk about. The future of political Islam, right? This ultimately was, yes, about Qatar's support for terrorist financing, but a lot about the fact that Qatar is talking to the Muslim Brotherhood and talking to elements of the Islamic community that wants to have a voice politically. And we've never known what to do about that. But this maybe is an opportunity, I think you're right, for us to think about what our position is going to be on how elements of the Islamic community participate in politics. I don't think Obama or Trump have done a really good job of articulating how we see that future playing out.
I'm sort of curious, Liz, we can't mention counter-terrorist financing without at least giving you a chance to, do you agree with Matt's assessment that the Gulf as a whole have similar problems, or the Qataris, do they deserve being singled out the way they have been?
I definitely agree that it's a region-wide problem. The Qataris and the Kuwaitis have been singled out previously for major deficiencies in going after terrorist financing, the fundraising, bundling, transference through their jurisdiction for good technical, empirical reasons. And just to the point of we should have this conversation with the broader Sunni allies in the region. Saudi Arabia has done quite a lot on their own domestic terror finance problem, but as has been said previously by people in the Bush administration, the most recent Bush administration and the Obama administration, but they have the furthest to go. So we may not, before we place blame too narrowly on the Qataris, we should recall that this is a systemic problem that is very serious. So.
I'd like to maybe finish with the question for Senator Murphy and for Senator Ayat, as we're getting towards the end of time. But 2 years ago when we were debating the Iran nuclear agreement, it was everywhere, all over the front pages, a huge political issue that then became almost a vehicle through which you could have a much broader foreign policy debate. I don't think it was just about Iran. But if you look at the Iran question today, and certainly even before the election, it gets a lot less attention, is my sense. Is it still that huge political issue? Is it less of an issue? Is that when you talk to people, or you talk to voters, when you talk to constituents, and does that create an opportunity for more bipartisanship, or does that take the issue off the table altogether and make it something less relevant, or where there's less opportunity? I'm just interested for the perspective that you've gotten from talking to people.
I would say when it comes to foreign policy issues, usually the economic issues dominate, and I think that's what you see right now among the American people. But these foreign policy issues, as you know, without security, you can't have freedom, you can't have prosperity. They are always there behind the scenes, but there are opportunities for bipartisanship here. And I think, having served on the Armed Services Committee, where almost every year in the Senate Armed Services Committee, we voted out the defense authorization practically unanimously. There is, I think, even when there's acrimony on whether it's health care or the budget, some opportunities for bipartisanship among the Congress on these issues. And even though it's not on the forefront of the American people's minds right now, it's really important with the role, especially the Senate has to play here, in making sure that our foreign policy is strong and our relationships with our allies aren't just forged by the administration, they're often forged by members of the Senate and the Congress and the relationships they have on many of these programs that impact other countries.
My sense was always that Lindsey and John and Kelly and others made sure that the Republican caucus was talking about foreign policy. That has not historically been the case in the Democratic caucus. We very rarely talk about these issues at a strategic level, and part of the reason that I and Senator Paul forced this vote, this resolution, on a portion of the Saudi arms sale was because it was an important opportunity for both caucuses to talk about how we wanted to intersect with the administration's policy in the Middle East. And to the broader question, I've had what I call 3 supermarket moments in my time in Congress where an issue was so burning hot that somebody couldn't even wait to get to me, from one side of the supermarket to the other, and they just yelled. I know, they just yelled at me from one side of the supermarket to the other about what they thought. 2 of them were healthcare, the 2009-2010 debate, and then this debate. And then the third was that one weekend in 2013 where we were considering an authorization of military force against Syria, where the entire country was plugged into this question because they remembered what happened in Iraq, and they had strong feelings on both sides. But this is one of those issues, right? Questions of war and peace that aren't on people's mind until they are. And it is all of a sudden a dominating, all-consuming topic in this country. And that, I think, is the worry, that we are creeping towards a shooting war in the Middle East that is going to surprise the heck out of a lot of Americans when it happens. But once it does, and if we do get into a situation in which a handful of Americans have been killed and we're contemplating a massive retaliatory strike on Iran or on Russia, it will be all that we talk about as members of Congress, which is why we should be talking about it more with our constituents, talking about it more within our caucus, so that we are ready for that moment if, God forbid, it happens.
Well, thank you. That seems like a great note, an interesting note to end on. I don't know, great, not in a positive way, but in the important, makes me feel good about the fact that we just had this discussion. So I'd like to ask the audience to join me in thanking our panelists. And what we're going to do is ask everybody to sit in place, and I'd like to invite to the stage Sean Brimley, as well as last year's Basovich Fellow Nick Harris for the presentation of the First Lieutenant Andrew J. Basovich Fellowship.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. My name is Sean Brimley, the Executive Vice President here at CNAS. And as you know, at CNAS, we're very proud of the role that we play in promoting the careers of tomorrow's international and national security leaders, rather. This mission for us is not an afterthought, but it's part of our institutional DNA. And the most prestigious opportunity we bestow on one of our young professionals every year is the Basovich Fellowship. Let me tell you a little bit about it. The Basovich Fellowship was established in June 2007 in memory of First Lieutenant Andrew J. Basovich, Jr. of Walpole, Massachusetts, who died from wounds suffered during combat operations as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was 27 years old. Lieutenant Basovich served with the U.S. Army's 1st Cavalry Division and was the son of Dr. Andrew Basovich, a Vietnam veteran and prominent professor of international relations at Boston University. As an officer, Lieutenant Basovich followed in his father's footsteps by joining the U.S. Army. He was an outstanding soldier who was brave, steadfast, and irrepressible. He had an unrealized dream to serve his country in a career of public service here in Washington. Lieutenant Basovich made the ultimate sacrifice for his country. This fellowship serves as a clear reminder that the national security issues we discuss here every day are not abstractions, but rather have very real consequences. In Lieutenant Basovich's name, the fellowship commemorates the sense of duty, honor, and courage for which he and the other 6,918 U.S. military personnel who have fallen in Iraq and Afghanistan ought to be remembered. Let me take a minute to introduce you to the 11th Basovich Fellow, Harry Kreisa, whose performance, professionalism, and dedication to public service, we believe, well honors the memory of Lieutenant Basovich. Harry came to CNAS in 2015 as a research associate in our Asia-Pacific Security Program after a promising start as a Fulbright Fellow in Taiwan and a policy analyst on Capitol Hill. Most importantly, he grew up as a Boy Scout in rural Iowa, and he is passionate about connecting the debate about America's role in the world with audiences in the heartland of our country. And I think his instinct is a very important one, as skepticism about the role the United States plays in a turbulent world is too often dismissed by the Washington elite, rather than interpreted as an important indicator that we need to do more to shape and elevate the debate around U.S. foreign policy and be unafraid to confront conventional thinking and revisit first principles. Dr. Andrew Basovich Sr. Couldn't be with us today as he usually is, but he wanted me to convey the following statement from the family. My family and I remain very grateful to CNAS for remembering my son in this way. I apologize for not being able to be present in person as Harry begins his term as a Basovich Fellow. He becomes part of what has now become a formidable tradition, young people making a difference not only here at CNAS, but in the policy world. To state the obvious, we need their ideas, their integrity, and their wisdom now more than ever. So in enduring recognition of Lieutenant Andrew Basovich's exceptional commitment to the service of our country, it is my pleasure to introduce Harry Kreisa as the 11th Lieutenant Andrew Basovich Fellow for 2017-2018. Congratulations, Harry.
Thank you, Sean, for those kind words. I am deeply humbled and honored to receive this fellowship. All who knew Lieutenant Basovich speak of the wisdom that he possessed beyond his years, of his unflagging commitment to public service, and the example set by his character. This fellowship allows us to honor the young lieutenant's memory and his dream of a career in national security policy. It also reminds us of the deep responsibility that comes with making that policy when it can have such real human cost. CNAS was founded with a commitment to fostering the next generation of national security leaders, and it established this fellowship almost as soon as the organization itself had come into existence. Honoring Lieutenant Basovich's legacy and living up to the example of the 10 fellows who have held this title before me will be no easy task, and I'm grateful to Michelle, Richard, and Sean for their confidence in me. I also owe a debt of gratitude to Patrick Cronin and Mira Rapp-Hooper for their critical mentorship and support, to my family for keeping me honest, to my indispensable teammate Hannah, and to my CNAS peers and colleagues for making me a better analyst and teammate every day. While I'm excited to take on this challenge, it happens at a time of significant turmoil in the foreign policy debate. The next generation of national security leaders, the kind that CNAS seeks to build, are likely to face more discordance over the role of American global leadership than at any time in recent memory. Since World War II, the world has become a much safer and more prosperous place thanks to that American leadership, but the challenges that we face today are growing ever more complex. It's not as easy to lump large portions of international policy under an umbrella of us versus the Soviets anymore. There are difficult choices and trade-offs to be made with real strategic and economic consequence, and policymakers here in Washington are not necessarily as practiced at articulating those trade-offs to a wider electorate. Foreign policy can at times be an esoteric pursuit where new perspectives are not always welcomed and public engagement does not always come easy. The foreign policy discourse these last few years indeed suggests that that broad consensus that many of us thought governed America's role in the world may not be as broad as we thought. National security leaders may need to become comfortable negotiating American policy not only with foreign statesmen, but also with the men and women of all our various states. As the next Basovich Fellow, I hope to channel the Lieutenant's spirit of service as we confront this challenge head-on. To the Basovich family and to all of you here, I promise to do my utmost to live up to the example of this fellowship's namesake and to its already storied history. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for that. And congratulations to Harry. Now we're going to our breakout sessions where lunch will be served. Give me 30 seconds, I'll give you some last-minute guidance. If you look down at your name badges, you'll see a color. They're color-coded according to your breakout session. So as a reminder, if your breakout session is the East Ballroom, upon exiting, you are directly across from this room. If you're in the Palm Court or State Ballroom, you'll head to the left when you exit this room. If you're in the Chinese room, make a right when you exit this room. And if you do not have a color at the bottom of your badge, please feel free to avail yourselves of our networking lunch, which is located downstairs in the district ballroom. So just walk out to your left and ask one of the CNAS staff. There's a stairway that gets you down there. If you have any questions at all, just ask any one of us and we'll direct you to the right location. And after your lunch, please come back here for 1:30 where Bob Kaplan will kick it off right at 1:30. You don't want to miss that. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, good afternoon. My name is Robert Kaplan. I'm a senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security. And as we know, geography has been more and more in the news or in people's minds over the past few years. And I'm going to talk about Marco Polo's journey as a geographical and geopolitical framing device in order to put in context many of the conflicts around the globe. Not all of them, a few of them. In the late 13th century, Marco Polo, a Venetian explorer, went from the Adriatic Sea in Venice. And the Adriatic, as you know, divides Central Europe from the Balkans. And he journeyed all through Turkey, all through Iran, north and south, all through Afghanistan, all through what is now Pakistan, through parts of northern India, into western China, into Central Asia, what is now the former Soviet republics of Central Asia, and into western China until he reached Kambulak, which is today called Beijing. And so if you think of the geopolitical world today where Marco Polo went, really encapsulates many of the conflicts. And what did he find on the Silk Road? What did people find on the Silk Road of the late 13th century? The more they discovered about the East, the more that Europeans learned about China and Central Asia through this increasing transportation artery, rather than the smaller the world seemed, the more overwhelming and large it seemed. And that's very much like the world we live in today. The world we live in today, we're closer to everywhere, yet geopolitically we're more and more overwhelmed about it. Now, there's this illusion that technology has defeated geography. That's just not true. What's happened is that technology has shrunk geography. It's made it smaller, it's made our world smaller, more anxious, and more claustrophobic, and more overwhelming at the same time. So think of the world today as being a webwork. If you pluck one string, the whole network vibrates. So that crises or rivalries in the Baltic Sea Basin, the Black Sea Basin, the East-South China Seas, each is interconnected to the other to a degree unimaginable a few decades ago. Roads, bridges, railways, ports, fiber optic cables, all make it easier rather than harder for crises to migrate from one zone to the other. The U.S. government divides up the world bureaucratically into sections, but that's not how the world is becoming, and that's my message to you today. It's the very integration through globalization which leads to more nodal points of contact that in turn leads to more stress and more chances for flare-ups and instability. Let me give you just one example of this, one small example. Take India and China for a moment. India and China developed more or less throughout history as two great, very different world civilizations that were separated from each other by the high wall of the Himalayas. Yes, Buddhism spread from the Indian subcontinent to China in Middle Antiquity, and the Opium Wars brought the two areas together in the mid-19th century. But those are exceptions. More or less, India and China developed completely separately. Look at the world today. Indian intercontinental ballistic missiles can hit any major city in China. Chinese fighter jets in Tibet can include the Indian subcontinent in their arc of operations. You have Indian warships periodically in the South China Sea. You have Chinese warships increasingly in the Indian Ocean. And you have China either building or helping to build or finance state-of-the-art port projects in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Tanzania, and building even a military facility in Djibouti, all surrounding India, so to speak. So it's precisely because of the defeat of distance through military technology that India and China are now linked in a new rivalry, a new strategic geography that brings them together that never existed before in history. And you can play that out around the world. So the more integrated we are, the more unstable we are. The more a crisis from one area can flow to another area. All right, so let's go from Central Europe, from the Adriatic, all the way to China, along Marco Polo's route, in a way. Take Europe. Europe is disappearing while Eurasia is cohering. That doesn't mean Eurasia is becoming united. It means Eurasia can be thought of and talked about as a coherent system of conflict and rivalry that never existed before, even 10 years ago. Whereas what's happening in Europe is, you have Europe, you have Central Europe, Poland, Hungary, which have new right-wing populist regimes. You have the Balkans, where the former Yugoslavia, with the exception of Croatia and Slovenia, and the rest of the Balkans, Bulgaria, Greece, with the exception of Romania, all either semi-failed states or states going nowhere, and as unstable as ever. So the idea that Europe was going to have one freeze-frame uni-state of the same bold color extending from Iberia to the Black Sea, which people thought of as recently as a decade ago, doesn't exist. Europe is separating out. The migrant crisis is leading to different solutions and different policies in each country. That combined with the surge of populist nationalism is making Europe less and less united. Now, in the mid-19th century, in the mid-20th century, excuse me, there was a great French geographer, Fernand Braudel, who said that Europe does not end at the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean, Greece, Spain, Italy are not the southern borders of Europe. The southern borders of Europe is the Sahara Desert. It's only where the Sahara begins that Europe really ends, meaning that all the great Islamic cities of North Africa are ultimately part of the same destiny as Europe. And we see this playing out with the collapse of states in North Africa and the Middle East, with the surge of migrants from wars in the Middle East, and with the demographic imbalance between Europe and sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa will go from 1.1 billion people to 3 billion people or more by the end of this century, whereas indigenous European population growth rate is zero. It's stable. So the migration from, through sub-Saharan Africa into Europe is going to continue and to continue. So Europe is dissolving, so to speak, into the Near East, into other regions. Let me talk about the Middle East now, as we move east along Marco Polo's path. I see two kinds of states in the Middle East. There are age-old clusters of civilization and vague geographical expressions. The age-old clusters of civilization, we can say, are Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco. In other words, places that, in addition to Islamic identity, in addition to Arab identity, have a particular state identity that is secular, institutional, bureaucratic, that often goes back to antiquity. Tunisia is the hair of ancient Carthage. Egypt is the Nile River Valley civilization. Morocco has many clusters of former Roman cities, so that these places had real, authentic identities. So that when the Arab Spring came about, and there was regime upheaval, etc., there was all these debates and questions about these countries, what kind of a system it will have, what are its values, but nobody ever questioned whether the state itself would continue to exist, because the state was a given. And because it was a given, it had an identity. And because there was such a strong state identity, places like Tunisia and Egypt only required modest levels of authoritarianism in order to govern. But what about the vague geographical expressions? Libya, Syria, Iraq. These were places with much less of a secular state identity, and therefore required much more extreme forms of authoritarianism in order to be held together in the first place. And in those places, between the regime at the top and the tribe and the extended family at the bottom, there was no intermediary levels of civil society because of the extremity, the suffocating nature of the totalitarianism. And the result is that when the regime was weakened in the case of Syria or toppled in the cases of Libya and Iraq, there was nothing but dust and chaos left, essentially. And that is the ultimate kind of, the fundamental reason why we're seeing the continuation of fighting there. Now, in addition, you have two even more well-developed, articulated civilizations in the Middle East, Turkey and Iran. I can tell you from traveling through Iran, where Marco Polo was up and down Iran, is that Iran has a civilizational sense of itself that only the Indians and the Chinese have, and that you will not find to such a deeply articulated, sophisticated degree in almost any part of the Arab world. So Iran may be an adversary, but keep one thing in mind: there will always be an Iranian state, and it will always be formidable. Whether it was Parthian, Median, Achaemenid, Sassanid, one Persian language civilization after another on the same Iranian plateau going back 2,500 years. So Iran is here to stay. It's permanent. I cannot say the same thing about Saudi Arabia, which has probably reached its geopolitical high point. It's reached peak geopolitical projection power because Saudi Arabia is no longer the swing producer of hydrocarbons, thanks to the Texas-centered shale gas boom, and so on. Saudi Arabia, just as you know, has started an embargo against Qatar, led an embargo against Qatar. 20 years ago, Saudi Arabia would never have to have done that in the first place. It would have gotten cooperation it needed from a country like Qatar without having to go to this much trouble. So the very fact of this Saudi move against Qatar is, in my opinion, a show of Saudi weakness, not Saudi strength. Turkey, too, is like Iran, Seljuk, Ottoman. Going back to the Middle Ages, there was always a Turkic state on the Anatolian plateau, and the Turks also have a strong civilizational sense of themselves. So think of Turkey and Iran as two imperial systems with an imperial mentality that exists right up until today. But there's a question, there's an irony here, which is, if you go throughout former Soviet Central Asia, again, we're moving east now, with the exception of Tajikistan, where there's a Persianized language spoken, all the other languages of former Soviet Central Asia are Turkic. And Azerbaijan is very close to Turkish itself. Yet the Turks have very little influence there. Given the cultural affinity, the size of their economy, their influence should be much greater than it is. The same with Iran. If you're in Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, or you're in Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, the closest big city that is a real megacity with a pulsing cultural ambiance is Tehran. And you would think normally, and remember, because of where Iran is located, it is as much a Central Asian country as it is a Middle Eastern country. Yet Iran exercises relatively less influence in Central Asia than one would normally expect. So what's causing all this? It's because the more Islamic Turkey becomes, and because of Iran's already developed Islamic religiosity, this is not attractive to the very secular former Soviet societies throughout Muslim Central Asia, where alcohol is consumed in reasonable amounts, where the whole culture is different. So actually, ironically, if Iran were ever to reform and become a more moderate, normal state with less of an emphasis on Islam, you would see then Iranian power magnify in Central Asia rather than where it is now. So if Iran and Turkey, are not exercising the influence that they should be in Central Asia, who is? Well, it's the Chinese versus the Russians. And in short order, the Chinese are beating the pants off the Russians there. In terms of the Chinese have been building roads, railways, pipelines throughout Central Asia to bring oil and natural gas directly into Western China, because despite all of the technology of the last 1,000 years, the Strait of Malacca is no wider than it was then. And because of that, Chinese oil supplies are vulnerable coming through the Strait of Malacca, and therefore China needs alternative pathways into there. And this is where I get to One Belt, One Road, or Belt and Road, China's new Silk Route. I'm going to talk about One Belt, One Road in a way that it has not been discussed, I don't think, previously. And that is, number one, One Belt, One Road is a branding operation. It's branding what China has in fact already done in former Soviet Central Asia with the building of roads, railways, and pipelines, which are already a decade old in many cases. So it's giving a name to what China's already done. Another thing, One Belt, One Road is a Chinese grand strategy of sorts. It's aspirational more than declarational. There's no promise that China will achieve it, will achieve even 50% of it. But it sets a goal for China, a direction that they could hope to achieve part of. And in that sense, it's a far more articulated grand strategy than anything the United States has. And if you look at the map, the pathways of One Belt, One Road, what you will see is it almost duplicates exactly the Tang Dynasty in early medieval period and the Yuan Dynasty in the High Middle Ages, which was the dynasty that Marco Polo encountered when he came to Kambulak or Beijing. The other issue about One Belt, One Road is that, remember, China actually does not have much of a naval or maritime tradition, with the exception of the early Ming Dynasty. So China's ability to go to sea, to concentrate so much on the South and East China Seas, is mainly because China has the luxury to do so. And it has the luxury to do so because China is more secure on land than at almost any time in its past. And China, therefore, needs to stay secure on land in order to continue to emphasize the South and East China Seas. And One Belt, One Road helps them do that, because China has an ethnic problem. The Turkic Uyghur Muslims, because Western China is really East Turkestan, which Marco Polo went all through. And the Chinese are afraid, have been afraid of increasing Uyghur terrorism, uprising, etc. So One Belt, One Road is a solution to this, or a partial solution. First of all, it ties in China diplomatically, economically, with the Uyghurs' fellow Turkic republics in former Soviet Central Asia, so that the Uyghur Muslims never have a rear base in case in any future morrow, they launch some kind of a rebellion against Han Chinese rule. And also, One Belt, One Road, by going west into Central Asia, develops Western China and develops the standard of living of Turkic Uyghur Muslims who live there. So, and this makes them less likely to rebel in the first place. So it's China's internal demons which are driving its external grand strategy of One Belt, One Road, and beyond. Then there's another area of Marco Polo's pathway was Afghanistan. And what's interesting about Afghanistan is that, there's a spur line to One Belt, One Road that will create roads, railways, pipelines going south from Western China, the city of Kashgar, directly south all through Pakistan, all the way to the Indian Ocean. And the Chinese-built port of Gwadar. Now, competing with that Chinese-Pakistani project is an Indian-Iranian project going all the way through western Afghanistan south to the Iranian port of Chabahar. Chabahar is in the southeastern tip of Iran. Gwadar is in the southwestern tip of Pakistan. They're only about 150 miles apart. Two competing pathways linking oil, gas-rich Central Asia with the Indian Ocean. And China is going to spend $46 billion on this Pakistani spur. And I'm skeptical about it, but the Chinese are doing it or claim they're going to do it because they have buy-in from the Pakistan army, who apparently will help stabilize Pakistan, which I don't believe will happen. But anyway, that's one of the plans of One Belt, One Road. So finally, what does all this boil down to? It boils down to the United States of America has the same challenge in Eurasia that the British had in early modern and modern history on the mainland Europe. British grand strategy on mainland Europe, whether it was under Castlereagh in the 19th century Napoleonic era or Churchill in World War II, was to prevent any one power on the European mainland from dominating Europe. And it should be American strategy to prevent any one power or group of powers, like China linked with Iran through One Belt, One Road, from dominating the Eurasian supercontinent. So what mainland Europe was to British strategists, Eurasia should be to American strategists. And there are all kinds of American military responses to this. More coaling stations for the Navy, operating at the, below the battalion level. It's all in my essay on this, which is on the CNAS website, and thank you very much for your time.
Hey, everybody. I'll kick this off, and I'll be really quick because I know you want to hear from our panelists and not me. I was just going to say really quickly, I came to the defense beat in 2000, so 17 years ago, and I've sort of been off and on it over the years. But it was striking to me in those days, pre-9/11, that modernization and force structure were like, big things that we really covered. 9/11 happened, and at least for those of us in the mainstream media, it really faded to the background. And so I think in some ways we haven't had big, robust discussions about strategy, organization, doctrine. We haven't had big, robust debates about weapons programs in the way we might have in the past because the wars have so dominated discussions. So I'm hoping we get a little bit of that today. And let me start with Mara Karlin to start off, who is a former DASD for strategy and force development, is going to kind of lay out the big picture for us a little bit.
Great. Thank you so much, Greg, and thank you to CNAS for hosting this terrific and important discussion. So in setting the stage, I wanted to spend a moment on the security environment before I walk to some of the dilemmas that I think are plaguing the defense world these days. And as we look across that landscape, we see a security environment that is increasingly chaotic and competitive. We see power being increasingly dynamic and distributed. We see a diversity of challenges, high-end challenges, lower-end challenges, nuclear challenges, state and non-state violent actor challenges. If we look at the realm of technology, we see shifts like the first mover advantage no longer being as useful as it had been, diffusion of power, increasing potential of autonomy, all of which are meaningful. And at the international order level, we see some real shifts that are worth noting. So taken together, this all means that what we're really seeing is the US military's qualitative military advantage shrinking in a couple meaningful ways. And when I look across this, there are a few dilemmas that I find particularly animating and worrisome. So the first is, how do you build and use a military that operates across the spectrum of conflict, and where you've been able to place bets and hedge effectively across that spectrum of conflict? While it would be delightful to effectively just say, hey, we're not going to do any of those things, we don't have a great track record of not doing those things, whatever they are. So the military needs to be both built and used for a variety of challenges. What do those bets look like? How does that shift look like in terms of the investments for using forces today and using forces tomorrow? There's this notion of steady state and surge that has existed for a long time and I think is probably increasingly less important and probably less relevant. So overall, how do we look at that conflict spectrum? The second predicament to think about is our reliance on and relationship with allies and partners. So this notion that the US military always fights and wins on its own is of course not true. We didn't even fight and win our Revolutionary War entirely on our own. And yet this has become a bit of a trope worth highlighting. So thinking about the extent to which allies and partners can rely on us and which we can rely on them. All important, but frankly, the predicament that worries me the most is the last 15 plus years of war, and really trying to reconcile what that has meant for national security strategy, national defense strategy, and force development. We have inherited a lot of biases and processes in that 15 plus years of indecisive and inconclusive conflict. So trying to reconcile what that looks like is important. Now, one solution that's given to all of these predicaments is just more money. And that may be a mirage. It is conceivable that Congress will not give the Defense Department more money, and I suspect we'll talk a lot more about that throughout the panel. But if that money should come, how to actually use and employ that funding. There's always the option that everyone's a winner and that every service gets an equal amount. That would be terrible, and I think we can talk a lot more about why that's not a great idea. So I'll just wrap with the notion that how we deal with these predicaments will really be the solution to whether or not we are making marginal change or meaningful change in defense over the coming decades. Thank you.
Great. And next in our line here is Jerry Hendricks, who is here at CNAS and is the director of their Defense and Strategic Assessments Program. And Jerry's going to talk to us a little bit about naval and air power.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about two themes that are emerging, I think are sort of stressing the force. One is an internal challenge, which has been largely described as wholeness. There's been a whole discussion about the need to invest in wholeness within the naval force, and I want to touch on that, but I also talk about the external challenge, the words that we choose not to say or choose to say, anti-access, area denial. We keep saying whether that's a useful term any longer, but that's also an external challenge. So first about wholeness. There's been a discussion within the FY18 budget that this year we're not going to buy more, but in fact we're going to take our dollars and we're going to invest in wholeness. We're going to buy more personnel, we're going to invest in infrastructure, we're going to invest in essentially readiness and maintenance. But there's a problem with that. There's a breakdown in that logic. And that is that specifically when you think about the Navy, the Navy is divided essentially into quarters when you're getting ready into a deployment cycle. 25% is in maintenance, 25% is in training, 25% is getting ready to deploy or deploying, and then 25% would be on deployment. And that's how essentially you cycle the Navy. However, when you have a requirement to keep about 100 ships forward deployed, and you only have a force of 276 ships, somewhere that math breaks down, and that's where we've begun to see problems in the maintenance, not only for our ships, but also with our aircraft. There was a report a few months ago that dealt with the Charlie and Delta models of the F-18, the legacy Hornets, the fact that the availability of that was way down. The fact of the matter is over the last 15 years, we have forward deployed a lot of the ships, and we forward deployed a number of deployments so that 25% of your force is only deployed at a time. That would take you from 100 ships down to 70 to 80 ships, and a commensurate drop in the number of aircraft. And over time, their maintenance has in fact come down and their readiness has come down. So there's only really three ways to correct that. One is to decrease the number of deployments so that 25% of your force is only deployed at a time. That would take you from 100 ships down to 70 to 80 ships and a commensurate drop in the number of aircraft deployed. No one sees U.S. commitments in the world decreasing, and so that would actually leave strategic gaps. The second thing is to forward deploy more of those forces. We have currently 30 ships forward deployed in places like Rota or in Japan or in Bahrain. But there's a big discussion now about whether we need to do a BRAC here at home, and I think it's going to be a challenge for us to make an argument that we need to move more infrastructure forward at the same time that we're going to be closing things at home. The third point is just to grow the force. The President's made a commitment to 350. The Navy says it needs 355. That allows us to get back to a wholeness. And for that matter, in the strike fighter inventory, we've had a discussion we need to add 80 strike fighters to the inventory. I think the number is actually closer to about 120 to 130 airplanes. That would allow you to then grow back into the cycle where 25% of the force could actually be in that deep depot level maintenance at any given time to really bring its readiness up. So that's the internal challenge. The external challenge is this A2AD, this idea of trying to come up with weapon systems that push the American forces, be they air power or naval power, back from the shores outside of the range of those. And that is in response to the fact the U.S. is largely disinvested in long-range precision strike capabilities, both from the carrier deck. We have some long-range precision strike in the Air Force, but the B-2 fleet, there's only 20 of those bombers. The B-52s are good for standing off with long-range strike weapons from the outside, but if you had to penetrate into an S-400 environment or something like that that you see evolving over time, there's going to be a challenge. And so this is why it's critical that you look at investments like the MQ-25 Stingray aircraft operating from the carrier deck, that along with the F-35 Charlie as well as the F-18 Block 3 Hornet, which is going to have the conformal fuel tanks to extended range, that allows the carrier to get back into that long-range capability and to be able to push power forward and power project again against an enemy who's trying to push you back. And then the Air Force investment in the B-21 bomber I think is going to be important too, in all aspect. Stealth bomber that has carrying capacity, has the range, has the internal ordnance capacity, and then that needs to be bought in sufficient numbers. The difficulty I see there is we've been talking about first originally 80 to 100, then we said 100. Calculations that we have out in my recent report that I wrote with military fellow, Air Force military fellow, Colonel James Price that we just released yesterday, suggests we need really a B-21 population of around 164 minimum to be able to carry on the types of campaigns both in peace and in war. So I think those are the types of investments that we have to make if we really want to make the force whole and also to make it effective. And so we have some significant bills ahead of us. Thank you.
Great, great. Our next panelist is Dave Johnson with CSBA and formerly of RAND, and is going to talk to us a little bit about the Army and ground forces.
Well, thanks, Greg, and thanks to CNAS for having you here. want to talk a little bit about the context of not where we're going to find ourselves in the future, but where we find ourselves right now. And I think for the first time since the 1940s, we find ourselves facing two regional peer competitors that have real advantages in their own home backyards. Particularly, as was mentioned already, the A280 axis problem. But right now, I think in Eastern Europe, whereas I think is probably the greatest challenge for the Army, is we face the prospect of being overmatched. And our paradigm that we've used since the end of the Cold War of deploying forward and massing forces under an air and the sea umbrella is just not relevant in the context of the adversaries we face. So I believe you need to understand the problems you're going to deal with before you can try and solve them. And I think the Army and the Marine Corps, quite frankly, as Carla said, faces three problems. One is how do you build capability to deter and, if necessary, defeat high-end state actors, and for the Army, that is Russia as a pacing threat. Second, we've got to be able to deal with adversaries who have those capabilities, which are proliferating. I wrote a book a few years ago about Lebanon and Gaza. Hezbollah's create real problems for ground and air forces given the terrain they're operating in and the capabilities they're getting. Third, we've got to, unlike we did after Vietnam, retain what we've learned in the last 16 years, which is going to be a hard thing to do. We've got really big capability gaps. The chairman, the chief, and other Army leaders have talked about them. But I think the first thing we have to do with regards to Eastern Europe is admit that we could be defeated. I'm going to spend a little more time here talking about Russia, who's been very busy in the last few years. My first tour in the Army was in Korea in '75, and everybody said this is going, they're going to fall apart in a year because their demographics, their economy, everything else. We talked the same way about the Russians. This is something that's not going away anytime soon. As Jerry said, they have air defenses that start with the S-400 and go down to man pads, which create real problems for our attack helicopters as well as our fixed-wing aviation fleet. And they can operate themselves underneath this umbrella of air defenses. And it's worth remembering the last time an American soldier was killed by an airplane was in April 1953. Our short-range air defenses can't deal with this problem. Additionally, as the Russians have always done, they field a lot of artillery, rocket, and tube that has not only cluster munitions, which we have said we're going to comply with getting rid of by 2018, but thermobarics and nuclear warheads. They've been improving their tank fleet. There may not be a lot of T-14s, but every one of their tanks can shoot an anti-tank guided missile that outranges our armor by 2 kilometers. We haven't fought this kind of adversary, quite frankly, since World War II. And I hear a lot of talk about the size of the Army and the Marine Corps. I think we can have a debate about what the number is, but I think real capability is based on capacity and the capabilities the force has to bring to the fight. And we're way behind in about 10 areas that the chief has put on a list. And what is stopping movement forward on that is not just funding for all the services, it is the effective sequestration where you really can't plan past the current year. So I think we need to start treating this problem the same way we did with buying MRAPs for IEDs in industry and the government. This is an urgent problem that we pretty much ignored for the last 3 years. And we need new concepts. Because even with the capabilities and the capacity, how do you project land power into a contested environment? So I think the whole notion of what is forward defense and how much presence is necessary for deterrence is something that needs to be revisited again. So I'm just going to conclude saying that I think we face the proposition of facing very competent, well-armed adversaries who are not necessarily going to project outside of their regions, but if you're going to have influence in region, that's what you're going to bump up against. And I think we need to get on with it. Thank you.
Great, great. Our last speaker is Todd Harrison from CSIS, who's going to talk aerospace and a little bit of budget stuff as well.
All right, I'll try to tackle both topics and I won't take the remaining amount of time. So I'll start with space. it kind of goes without saying, but we always need to remind ourselves that our space-based capabilities are a key enabler for the U.S. military in the way that we fight today. The communications provided through space-based systems, GPS, missile warning, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, all of these capabilities that we get through space really enable all of the weapon systems that have been talked about in the other domains here. The question we're facing right now is, when does space transition from being viewed as just an enabler for the other domains of warfare and an actual domain of warfare in its own right? There was a time, and Jerry's a great historian, he can tell you about a time when air power was viewed as nothing more than an enabler for our land and sea forces. Well, air power after World War II moved out into a warfighting domain of its own, became its own service as well. The question we're facing now is, are we at that point for space? What we're seeing in space is that it is an increasingly contested domain. Because we are so dependent on it for our military operations and other domains, our adversaries have recognized that, and they are increasingly challenging us in the space domain. Now, space has been a contested domain since the very beginning of the space age. The difference now is that those weapons are multiplying, they're getting more sophisticated, and they're actually able to proliferate to rogue nations and even non-state actors. So for a long time we've been talking about, oh, the next war will be fought in space, or war will extend into space. Well, we need to recognize it's already happening. You don't see things blowing up in space like in Star Wars, other than the occasional ASAT test. But that's not what war in space really looks like. I mean, that could be part of it one day. What we are more likely to see, and what we are already seeing in many cases, are the non-kinetic forms of conflict in space. Jamming of communication signals. You can't really do anything with a satellite if you can't communicate with it. You have to communicate through to a satellite using wireless means. That means that that's a point of vulnerability where people can try to jam those communications to and from the satellites. Lasers can be used to dazzle or blind the sensors on satellites. There are cyber weapons, of course, that can go in through your ground station and try to take control of or disable a satellite that's on orbit. There are a whole host of threats to our space systems that are not kinetic. We're seeing these threats already today. And in many cases, the barriers to entry for these threats are much lower. It doesn't require a country being a space power of its own to acquire a cyber weapon to go after one of our satellites, or a jammer that can jam GPS signals within a certain region, or jam our communication links within a certain region. So we're already seeing that. More and more. Now, the key areas I think to watch in military space programs right now, I'll name a few of them quickly. One is protected communications. These are the forms of communications we use for our most sensitive data links, where we do things to try to protect them from jamming and protect them from detection and interception. Also, missile warning. These are our satellites, the current constellation we call SBIRS. They can detect missile launches all around the globe, 24 hours a day. For protected SATCOM and missile warning, we're in the early stages in this budget of starting follow-on programs for the next generation of system. The question is, are we going to design those new systems to be more resilient, to operate in this increasingly contested environment that we're seeing? And quite frankly, I think the answer is kind of murky right now, whether or not we will have actually learned those lessons. The other area to watch out for are commercial advances in space capabilities. So we're seeing that on the launch side. There's been a real revolution in the commercial launch industry, what SpaceX is doing, bringing down the cost of launch. Other companies like Blue Origin are getting in there as well. And we're seeing new efforts from some of our traditional providers like the United Launch Alliance, and a whole host of other companies that are trying to get into the small satellite launch segment of the market. Also in commercial space, we're seeing big advancements in communication satellites. I would just point out to you that modern day commercial communication satellites can carry about 100 times as much data as our current wideband communication satellites the military is launching. Commercial is literally a factor of 100 ahead of us in terms of data throughput on our wideband satellites. And we're also seeing big advances in imagery satellites in the commercial sector. They're not, the advances we're seeing are not in the big, exquisite telescopes looking at space. What we're seeing, though, are increases in the revisit rate. Companies like Planet, they're going to be offering the ability to image the Earth multiple times every day. And so these developments are happening in the commercial sector. The question is twofold. How is our military going to take advantage of that? How are we going to tap into that innovation? And number two, what does it mean that this is commercially available and everyone else is going to have access to this too? And I think that's a big challenge that we're going to have to deal with. The last point I'll bring up right now, and this is being considered on the Hill as we speak, is do we need to reorganize the space enterprise within DoD? One of the proposals that's out there by Chairman Rogers is to create a Space Corps, basically a separate service for space. It would be basically like the Marine Corps is to the Navy, the Space Corps would be to the Department of the Air Force. And that, of course, is being fiercely resisted by the Air Force, as you might expect. It would be a very disruptive change. I would argue that I think we need some disruptive change right now. So I'll move on from space. So we've talked about the air domain, the sea domain, the land domain, space domain. There's a fifth warfighting domain we should talk about as well. That's the budget. And it may be, in fact, the most contested domain of all. So right now on the Hill, the House and the Senate Armed Services Committees are working on their marks for the defense authorization bills for this year. We see a lot of budget numbers floating out of that. I always like to remind people that those are authorization bills. They set policy. They imply a level of funding. They don't provide funding. So while all those people are busy on the Hill and they aren't listening, those aren't the budget numbers you need to be concerned about. They're pretty much irrelevant when it comes to the budget. I know. Good thing they're not here. I know. Yeah, authorizers don't like to hear that, but they know it. The appropriations is what normally matters, is what do the appropriators actually provide, because that's a number you can spend. But if the appropriators, hope there aren't too many of them in the room here either, I'll also offer that the appropriations actually don't matter that much right now. What matters is the Budget Control Act. That's what matters. That trumps all of these things. And right now for FY18, the base budget, so not including war funding, which is not capped, the base budget for total national defense is capped in the law at $549 billion. That is existing law. Whatever Congress does, if they exceed that cap, it triggers a sequester and it cuts you right back down to the cap. Okay, so they can talk about the Trump administration proposed $603 billion in the base national defense budget. That's $54 billion above the caps. If they don't change the caps and they passed it at that level, it cuts it back down to $549. John McCain and Chairman Thornberry have talked about $640 billion in the base budget. Now they're talking about a compromise level in between Trump and the $640 billion, $621.5 billion. That's all great. What matters at the end of the day, though, is what do they do to those budget caps? That's the sticking point here. The budget deal hinges on what kind of negotiation they can have with Senate Democrats. To change the budget caps, you need 60 votes in the Senate. Bottom line. That's what you need. You need all 52 Republicans plus 8 Democrats or some other combination to get to 60 votes. And one of the troubling points this year is that in the Trump budget request to Congress, it requests more for defense, $54 billion above the caps for defense. It requests an equal amount cut in the non-defense side of the budget. There's no way that Democrats are going to support that. The way that we've seen all these budget deals work for the past 6 years is we've actually had equal increases on either side of the budget caps. So he's proposing the opposite of what's worked in the past. He is also, in this budget, the president has framed this very clearly in stark terms as a guns versus butter debate. I don't think that's good for defense. I don't think it's good for butter either. And so, we're at a point right now where they can have all of these discussions and Republicans can negotiate among themselves at $621.5 billion. And it doesn't mean much until they get to talking with Democrats in the Senate about a deal to modify the budget caps. If you want my prediction right now, I think the upper limit is going to be the number of Republicans who are negotiating now, $621 billion. The lower limit is probably what was proposed last year in the Obama administration's budget request when they projected for FY18. They projected, I believe it was $585 billion. So that's probably the upper and lower bound of where we end up this year in the base defense budget in terms of a deal they negotiate. To get there, they're going to have to give Democrats something on the non-defense side of the budget, and they'll probably sweep a little bit more out of the base budget into the OCO budget because it doesn't count towards the budget caps, and it's a convenient loophole. So we'll see what happens by the end of the year, but those are the things I'll be watching.
Great. I'll open it up with a few questions here. You know, one of the things that is that biases we've inherited. What are the destructive biases we've inherited, and how do we get beyond them?
It's easier to think of destructive ones than good ones, but I'll work on that. So destructive ones, we've seen people not go to war college because they've been fighting, so for operational reasons, which is not good for the long-term health of the force. We've seen an emphasis on today's conflicts as opposed to building for future conflicts, which can be pretty dangerous. We've seen a real focus on the Middle East, no matter how much there has been a desire, and we saw this with the Obama administration's rebalance strategy, just this sort of just bias towards the Middle East dragging us down despite our desires. I'd say the good biases, there's been some really good dialogue about the last 15 plus years. I mean, the Army deserves some real kudos for commissioning histories of the Iraq War, for example. That's an important thing. There's been just a desire to try to figure out what's working, what's not working, some terrific work on lessons learned. But overall, I worry, and I think Todd's kind of discussion of the numbers shows it really well. These are fantasy numbers on top of fantasy numbers. And I think probably the worst bias, perhaps, that we've seen is this instinct to just scream loudly that the apocalypse is coming if the department doesn't get more money. And at some point, that just doesn't seem to resonate. And I think we saw this over the last 6 years or so. Lots and lots of loud screams, need more money, things are bad, et cetera. And then the apocalypse didn't hit, and so it didn't resonate. So those are probably a handful.
Is the apocalypse coming?
Yes, it's already here. No, the thing the counter that I would say to that is we have gone 15 years of believing that we can do more with less. And the idea that if we're going to make an investment, if I have $1 to spend, I'm going to spend it on the most highest capability that I have. And I'm not opposed to high capabilities. I think that there has to be a balance, though, between capabilities and capacity. And at some point in time, you have to understand that numbers matter, and that when you see an erosion of some of the international rules of order on the high seas, for instance, is largely because we've begun to vacate some critical areas. And so the idea of investing in for instance, frigates, to do day-to-day presence operations, I think is an important idea. And the idea of the fact that we're going to something like 41 to 43 submarines sometime in the 2030s is just, it's incredible to me. That's an area of investment that we need a significant look at right now. So I think there has to be a balance between high and low, be that in aviation. F-35 Charlie is great. I also need some more Hornets because I need to have somewhere between 60 to 70 aircraft on the deck to maintain a deck cycle on any given day. And so we're going to have balance. And if that's the one argument that I would make is we have to bring balance back to force.
So I think the biggest challenge for land forces is what we've been doing the last 15 years has become what is normal. And this is what we think warfighting is, where force protection is the imperative. So I worry that if we get in a fight with someone who's of moderate capability, much less high-end capability, what will it do to the moral fabric of the force when you don't lose 3 or 4 people at a time? You lose, like has happened in the Ukraine, where you lose a battalion in 5 minutes to rocket fire. I worry that we're going to do this pendulum swing like we always do, and forget about everything on the right and in the middle. My wife was a China scholar one time, and a friend of hers said that what you have to understand about Americans is we either overwhelm or underwhelm. If we ever learned to whelm, we'd be really dangerous. So I guess the other piece we've lost sight of is what are real joint operations. In Eastern Europe, a key component of enabling joint action is going to be ground-based fires, dealing with air defenses, opening up the opportunity for the other services to operate. Because if you're not there, you know, the plan to protect the Baltics, that you're going to counterattack back from Poland to retake them is not, I think, an attractive strategy for the people that live in the Baltics. So I guess the last thing, we may be in this in procurement, is we've created this culture in many ways of avoiding liability and risk that works fine in a force protection environment or an environment where it just really doesn't matter. The liability matters more than the output. And I think that's a culture that's permeated, I think, all the services in some ways.
I would pick up on something Jerry said about balance within the force. You know, if you think of the major levers within your budget or capability, capacity, and readiness, and you can move each of those kind of up and down more or less. For the past 15 years, we have focused very much on readiness. I know the military likes to cry that we're in a readiness crisis, but we focused very much on a particular type of readiness to fight the fights that we're in today, and our forces are very good at that, and they performed well. We've also focused a lot on capacity of certain parts of our force, particularly our ground forces, and we built up capacity when and where we needed to support these ongoing fights. What we sacrificed, what we punted on during the 2000s a lot were the capabilities, future capabilities. And so you look at a lot of the big modernization programs where we've punted. You know, we had a bomber program before the B-21 program. We punted on it. We had all sorts of modernization programs for our space systems, for protected SATCOM in particular, and we punted on these things. Now, there were good reasons that a lot of these programs were killed at the time, but we've got to recognize we were just pushing this off into the future. We eventually have to do these modernization programs. And of course, in the Army, we had future combat systems. We spent a little over $18 billion on that program before we canceled it, and now we're still trying to figure out what is it we need in the future ground vehicles. And so I think we've really sacrificed over the past 15 years some of our future capabilities. And so we've got a lot of ground to make up in the coming years. Now, I will say one good thing that happened over the past, really more over the past 5 or 6 years, I would say. And this, I think the credit here goes to Mara's office when she was in the Pentagon and others in the Pentagon that really did a lot of good work rethinking how we're going to operate in the future and how we're going to fight in this future highly contested, high-end environment. And so I think there's been a lot of good work, a lot of good thinking into that. The offset strategy that the Pentagon's been working on. The next step, though, is that has to be implemented. This has to get into the program of record. It has to get buy-in from all of the services. I'm not sure they're all bought in. And we've got to move out on it in the future. So I think the seeds have been sown, but you know, it's going to require continued watering before we see fruit.
Can I ask, in terms of operating in that environment, it strikes me that you need really, for the anti-access environment, it's really high-end capabilities. Whether the current programs we have in the pipeline can sort of deliver on that threat, and if they can't, to what does that threat overwhelm all the other myriad of needs we have in the department because it's so high-end?
So I think there's some really good progress that we see if you look at kind of munitions purchases in particular. That trajectory is one that I think is a positive one. The effort to double down on undersea, the subforce numbers are supposed to go down, but that will be a lower dip than perhaps it could have been. There's a lot of good wargaming happening, effort to think about operational concepts. That's all well and good. What's worrisome, though, along these lines of we spent 15 years focused on capacity and not capability, is the indicators that you might be seeing some meaningful progress here would mean the Army's not talking as much about end strength, but it's talking about modernizing its vehicles. It would mean the Navy would be talking a little bit less about ship numbers and more about those ships' capabilities to fight and win wars. Not a lot of indicators that those are happening yet.
Jerry, do you want to talk a little bit about ship numbers? How do you feel about that?
Well, I disagree with that because the fact is you can't keep every ship forward deployed 100% of the time. So you have to have it come off the line. You have to make a choice to either replace it at that point in time or to rotate something in behind it. And so, there's 18 maritime regions of the world where COCOMs have identified that we have national interests. And so to service those regions, that's what drives the 355 number. That we're all working off now. And so if you don't build to that, you're either going to face a gap or you're going to see a decline in readiness of those things. The types of investments we make, not everything's going to be high end. The fact is we don't operate everything in the exquisite realm. You go with exquisite in combination with other things. You can't see F-35 Charlie going forward without the Growler, for instance, that provide jamming. And for that matter, the F-18, the Block 2s, the Block 3s are going to bring weapon systems, are going to tie into that. It's how you're going to combine the architecture of the force that's going to allow you to operate in those A2AD environments in the future. So again, I come back to balance.
Yeah, so I'd say in the last 15 years, we bought tons of capability. It's just not relevant to the high-end problems we're going to face in the future. We bought 20,000 MRAPs. We had a Manhattan project in JIATO because this is the problem we had, and those problems are political problems as well as operational problems. So I think the big gaps in land forces are long-range fires. Almost every Russian system or Chinese system or Iranian system outranges our longest-range ground-based rocket systems. Anti-tank guided missiles, we're the only first-class army in the world that doesn't have active protection to stop rocket and RPG fire. And I guess the other piece is we've become used to being able to talk to anyone we want to, anytime we want to, out of headquarters that are full of computers, in tents, that are just gigantic glowing targets for somebody who knows what they're doing. So we bought a lot of stuff. It's really great if you're in Afghanistan. You can be in a soft shelter. It's not so good if you're in the Baltics or Poland or Korea or just name the places.
I think one of the big challenges right now is people are talking about growing the military, rebuilding the military, and they like to boil it down to simple quantifiable metrics. I think Jerry's right, ship count matters. It's not the only metric though that matters, and I mean Jerry would admit that too. It's not just the number of ships you have, it's the capabilities they have. So there are a lot of metrics you could use, like number of missile tubes on your ships, number of ships that are subsurface, number of aircraft they can carry, the range of those aircraft, the capabilities of them. And so it's not an easy problem, and unfortunately in the political sphere, we like to boil it down to how many units are ready at a particular time? And so we were talking before we came on stage, that the Army in recent testimony said they only have 3 BCTs that are ready to deploy overnight out of 58 in the total force. 95% are not ready. Really, what is that metric telling us? If that's true, why hasn't someone been fired? But it's probably telling us something different than that. It's probably telling us that the way we measure readiness is incomplete. It's probably telling us that we're not sure what they need to be ready for. And so we can't boil it down to simple measures, but I'm afraid that you hear people talking about, well, we'll grow the Army to this size. Why? And of what capabilities? And what are you going to do with that? We need to add, need to get to 1,200 fighters in the Air Force. We already have more than 1,200 fighters. I'm scratching my head. What do you mean? What are you talking about? And why do you need that? And so I think we've got to go deeper in this debate, or else we risk growing the military and adding more money and squandering it, quite frankly, and growing in the wrong ways and growing in an unbalanced, unsustainable manner.
There's one question, Jerry. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so I'd add one thing, is that I think the modernization challenge, and I agree with everything you're saying, this is a capability plus capacity is what readiness is. But if you look at the Army systems, the howitzer that is there was built in the 1960s and has been modernized over time. If we had the same modernization program for the Sherman tank in World War II, we would have used it in Operation Iraqi Freedom. The M1's modernization program goes out to 2060. And the question you have to ask yourself is, is that a reasonable approach to the problems we face? And what do you have to give up to move forward in these other capability areas And I think it begins, I think, with an assessment of, just brutally, honestly asking who are you going to fight and what are their capabilities and what I need to do to overmatch them. And we have not done that across the domains yet, I don't think.
And just building on that, there's the ready for what, right? What does that conflict look like? Ready for when? At what stage would you need to be involved in that conflict? And then there's the joint question. What's everyone else bringing to this party? Because this is not just a one-service party. Unfortunately, the incentives absolutely are only for a one-service party when you have these kind of questions, if they actually affect resources.
Jared, I just wanted to ask one question that we talked about a little bit before. It struck me that President Trump has been more engaged in sort of procurement decisions than any other president I can remember. And I just wanted to, in terms of the details of programs, whether it be F-35 or other stuff, and I'm just curious, from your perspective, how unusual that is and whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. And if you had something, wanted to answer on the other thing.
That very quickly, because I know that we're essentially coming down to and the general is here. So so historically, I actually was asked this question by someone as to when was the last time you had a president take this sort of a deep look at the defense industrial base. And I really think that the last time there was sort of this deep of a read at that level where they're sort of getting involved in asking questions about individual programs, you have to really go back to Eisenhower, where there was just this sort of level of specificity. And then before that, you really have to go back to both Roosevelts. Franklin D., who had a lot of experience as Assistant Secretary of the Navy during World War I that he brought into World War II and got really interested in shipbuilding. And then, of course, TR, was deeply invested in the building up of the Navy. But to the degree that it's in aviation and it's in ground forces and it's in naval forces, we haven't seen this since Eisenhower finished up the Solarium project and got all 3 memos from Team A, Team B, and Team C, which went deep, and he read them all.
Do we have a sense of whether this is a good thing or a bad thing?
I find it difficult to argue with commanders-in-chief about their level of involvement. So, I won't make that time of a judgment. So, thank you.
Gotcha. I guess in the little bit of time we have left, I mean, we had said that the mistake would be to give all the services the same amount. I'm curious how we figure out how we divide up the pie then. Does anyone?
So as a historical matter, I always like to point out to people that there's never been a year where each of the services have gotten equal shares of the budget. It's actually never happened. People like to talk about the budget being divided up a third. First of all, about 20% of the budget actually doesn't go to the military services. It goes to what are called non-defense-wide accounts, things like healthcare, TRICARE, and things like Missile Defense Agency and all the other agencies that don't fall under the services. But even if you look at the services budgets, what is remarkable that is in the base budget, so not war-related, each service's share of the budget has remained somewhat stable for about the past 2.5 decades. And so that suggests that we have been kind of stumbling along since the end of the Cold War with some variation of the same defense strategy. If you're going to see a big shift in the services shares of the budget, it has to start with a new strategy. You back up further in time to the Eisenhower era, that's where we saw a big shift in the services shares of the budget. The Air Force in the 1950s, the mid-1950s, it was a brand new service. At one point, it was getting 49% of the defense budget. Go Air Force, right? Are we going to see something like that? I mean, that was a huge strategic shift in the Eisenhower administration. I think we're at a point where we've been removed from the Cold War for many years now. It's probably time for a strategic shakeup like that.
So I guess again, I get back to, I think Marla hit it on the nose, these are joint problems. And you don't start out with what every service is going to do. You start out with how do I solve the problem and where are the capability gaps. So if I have a long-range fires problem, that could be air, it could be ground, it could be whatever it is. But I think we've lost a lot of capability to do the analysis. Strategy is great unless you have somebody do strategy to task, to programs, to industrial base, to what am I going to buy and how much is it going to cost. In the industrial base, I was in a meeting last night and said, well, if we need this, we'll just build it really quick, like MRAPs. Well, MRAPs came off the shelf. It wasn't really quick. And the problem was not as big as losing a battalion or a carrier or something else. So I think you need to start with a really joint approach tied into the authorizers and the appropriators that says, what do we have to spend in what places to solve this problem? And it's not specific to the services, specific to the problem.
Great, great. Well, it looks like we've got about a minute left, so I'm just going to wrap it up and let General McMaster get up here and speak to you, because I know folks are really eager to talk to him, hear him talk. So stay in your seats. I think he's here, and he's going to be speaking soon. And thanks for a terrific panel. You guys were great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin our first keynote discussion. Thank you. Hello, everybody, again. I'm very sorry to deprive you of your coffee break, but we had a treat in that General McMaster was able to join us a bit early, and we thought we would welcome having a chance to have a good conversation with him. It's really an honor and a delight to welcome H.R. McMaster to speak with us today. As you all know, he is a revered military strategist, a student of history, and very much of a change agent throughout his career. He has spent his entire career in service to this country. His current role, as you know, is as National Security Advisor to the President, but he brings a real breadth and depth of experience to this job. From his combat experience in the first Gulf War to really demonstrating that counterinsurgency could work in parts of Iraq, at least at certain points in time, to Afghanistan, where he helped to shape the NATO operation there and also the effort to combat corruption, to his service back here at home with the Army in trying to help the Army envision the future and develop new and innovative concepts for dealing with that. He's also the author of an award-winning book that many of you have read, The Dereliction of Duty, which candidly explores some of the civil-military issues in the Vietnam War. But most importantly, he's a good friend and colleague to many of us here, and again, we're just delighted to have him with us today. So please join me in welcoming General McMaster. So we've been talking about a broad range of threats today, and the list is long when we talk about national security challenges. So I wanted to start with, from your perspective, what do you see as the most consequential challenges that we face as a nation?
Right. Well, thanks, Michelle. What a privilege it is to be here. I love CNAS and the great work that you do, and it's great to see so many old friends here as well. So thank you for the privilege of being with you. Well, it's hard to pick just one threat, isn't it? I mean, it really is. So I think maybe the way to skirt around your question is to group threats together into, I think, two major groups. And these are problem sets, I think, that threaten our vital interests and threaten our security. And then the first of these, I think, are hostile nation states and revisionist powers that are challenging the United States and our allies in new ways. And these are revisionist powers on the Eurasian mainland, landmass, that are challenging U.S. power at the far reaches of American power in the strategic behavior that Wes Mitchell and Jakob Griegel have characterized as probing. And I think what they are endeavoring to do is collapse, weaken at least, the post-World War II and post-Cold War political, economic, and security orders and replace them with new orders that are more sympathetic to their interests. And of course, I'm talking about China and Russia. And in the category of hostile powers, the most immediate threat is the threat from North Korea, which is on the threshold of having nuclear weapons that can target the United States. Because of the nature of that regime, it is a very significant threat and something that we have to resolve. And so the second category, though, are transnational threats associated with transnational terrorist organizations, as we know, that often overlap with transnational organized crime networks. And what makes them particularly dangerous is that they also now have tremendous destructive capability, whether you can see that in a massive mass murder attack in Kabul, or if you see what they've done going back to the mass murder attacks in our own country on September 11th, what some have called the democratization of destruction. So the threats to national security, I think, are more diverse, maybe. Maybe it's the diversity of the threats that is the greatest challenge. And so what we need is a competent system, a competent process that brings together expertise across all the departments and agencies to frame our national security challenges and problems and develop intelligent, integrated strategies to protect the American people and protect our vital interests.
Okay, great. I want to ask about a very immediate challenge, and that is in vis-a-vis ISIS and Syria. So as we've succeeded in starting to make progress and really push ISIS out of key territory in eastern Syria, we have a growing competition between the regime and its allies, Iran, Russia on one hand, and US-backed forces, Syrian opposition forces on the other. And there have been a couple of incidents recently when we've brushed up against each other, where U.S. forces took defensive action to either shoot down, to shoot at a Syrian aircraft or an Iranian Shia militia convoy. Can you talk about how you see the broader campaign in Syria? Are we still focused just on ISIS? Is there a debate about going beyond that to also push back against Iran and the other forces supporting the regime? What are the objectives? How do you see our strategy there?
Well, to address the beginning of your question, we have to be very clear that the reason we're in Syria is to destroy ISIS, to eradicate ISIS, as one part of a much broader campaign against ISIS and transnational terrorist organizations that threaten the American people and our allies. And the aspect that is most relevant to Syria is to deny them a safe haven and support base in the so-called caliphate, which spans parts of Syria, parts of Iraq, and into Afghanistan with ISIS, of course. Our partners in Syria, we're being successful with our Iraqi partners in Iraq. We're being very successful with our Afghan security force partners in denying them the safe haven support base. There's still a lot of work to be done, though. In Iraq, as you know, in western Nineveh province, in the Euphrates River Valley, in Anbar province in Iraq, and in the middle Euphrates River Valley, which is the area that's contested now between Raqqa, their so-called, there's declared capital, which is about to fall, and down to Qaim and the border crossing in Iraq. But the other key aspects of defeating ISIS, as we know, have to include cutting them off from other sources of sustainment, of support, and of strength. Financing, and especially access to this perverted ideology which they use to recruit people to their cause in the region and beyond into Europe, our own nation, Southeast Asia, and so forth. So this is one part of a much larger campaign, and we're in Syria for ISIS. But as you mentioned, the situation in Syria could not be more complex. It's getting more and more complicated. And it's getting complicated in part, I think, because of the destructive role that Iran is playing in the region. And so what you have is you have ISIS being able to gain control of territory and populations and resources because of the weakening of states associated with civil wars that are sectarian civil wars. And Iran is feeding this cycle of sectarian conflict in an effort, I believe, to keep the Arab world perpetually weak and to put into place weak governments in the region, weak Arab governments that are dependent on Iran for support. While Iran grows militias and illegal armed groups that lay outside of those governments' control, that can be turned against those governments if those governments take action against Iranian interests. This is sort of a Hezbollah model applied more broadly in the Middle East. And so Iran is a great source of perpetuation of conflict, perpetuation of human suffering, perpetuation of this really political and humanitarian catastrophe across the greater Middle East. Moreover, what Iran has been doing is not only engaging in this destructive activity. About 80% of the effective fighters in Syria are Iranian proxy militias. And so we have to recognize that is an important role they're playing, is that continuation of violence. But also, they play a very sophisticated subversive role to keep governments weak and to infiltrate and subvert state institutions. We see that's a continuous effort in Iraq, for example. But even more recently, what we see are efforts to seed these illegal armed groups, these militias, these proxy forces with more destructive weapons, especially rockets and missiles. Of course, they've been doing this with Hezbollah from southern Lebanon for a long time, but now you see these sort of capabilities in Yemen and other places. So to answer your question, Iran is a problem. Iran is a problem that we all have to cope with, and I think you saw a great deal of consensus during the president's very positive trip to Saudi Arabia, during which leaders of 56 Muslim-majority nations were convened there. And there was broad agreement on the problem of transnational terrorist organizations like ISIS that employ this Qutbist or takfirist ideology to perpetuate violence and hatred and murder of innocents, but then also Iran, who was seen as an equal part of this security problem.
So if I could just draw you out on, the administration has talked about the need for pushing back harder on Iran's support for terrorism in the region, for their proliferation, their nefarious activities. And yet we do have this challenge of having U.S. trainers and advisors on the ground in Syria and in Iraq. What's the strategy for pushing back on Iran that also manages the risk that we have, some forces on the ground, but they're certainly not combat formations that are prepared to deal with a direct conflict with Iran?
Well, there are a broad range of non-military actions available. And what you've seen is really the ability for us to work with others to sanction the regime and to sanction entities associated with it around its illegal activities, whether it's the support for illegal armed groups or its missile program. And then other really key actions to take, I think, are diplomatic, to isolate Iran, they're isolating themselves, from any degree of support. Informationally, I think we could do a lot better. I think one of the big things we could do is just pull the curtain back on Iran's activities and point to them and say, these are the people who are enabling the Assad regime to commit mass murder of innocent people using chemical weapons and barrel bombs. These are the people who are perpetuating sectarian conflict within Iraq, who are subverting and hollowing out state institutions and functions so they can effect capture of those institutions and keep the Iraqi state perpetually weak. These are the people who are continuing to pose a threat to Israel and undermine the Lebanese government's ability to foster a multi-sectarian coalition government and to strengthen that state. And so I think continuing to point out Iran's activities is really the first step. And maybe they'll conclude. Now of course, you have the Iranian state, and then you also have power bases that lay largely outside the political entity's control, that run these sorts of operations. But I think it should become apparent to the Iranian state and the Iranian people that Qasem Soleimani and the IRGC are operating every day not only against their interests, but against the interests of humanity.
So if I could take you now all the way over to Asia, to North Korea. I think when we ask a lot of people, what's the threat that's keeping you up at night right now, it's North Korea. Their pursuit of an ICBM capability, their pursuit of the ability to put a nuclear warhead on top of that ICBM. This is a regime that has made it pretty clear that they view their nuclear weapons arsenal as their survival card, that what's standing between them and the potential for a regime change. So how the administration has suggested that they're going to take a new approach to North Korea. Explain, what are the objectives? What's realistic? What's a different strategy?
Well, the first thing I said, I think the objectives are what the objectives have been for many years, which is to denuclearize the peninsula. And this is a problem, as you know, has been passed down for many years by good, smart, well-meaning people who felt that they still had some space to negotiate, to enter into negotiations under some sort of a freeze-for-freeze or reduced pressure environment. But what we see now are really two fundamental things that have changed. One is the threat is much more immediate now. And so it's clear that we can't repeat the same approach, failed approach of the past. And the second is the recognition that previous approaches have not worked. And so the definition of insanity would be to continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. The same thing being entering into some sort of a negotiation prematurely before the North Korean regime has indicated any change in its behavior, entering into long, drawn-out, painful negotiations that deliver an unsatisfactory agreement that locks in the status quo as the new normal and that allows the North Korean regime to immediately break that agreement and continue with its nuclear program and its missile program. So the president has directed us to not do that and to prepare a range of options, including a military option, which nobody wants to take, right? Because everybody understands that the severe danger of this situation is the threat to the South Korean population who's held hostage. You know, we have President Moon visiting tomorrow to talk about the approach. I think there's been a lot of talk about divergence, but we're very, very closely connected with our allies, our South Korean allies and our Japanese allies in particular. And there's a recognition that there has to be more pressure on the regime. And I think what you'll see in coming days and weeks are efforts to do that, because what everybody wants is to resolve this without a military conflict. A big part of this is determining the degree to which China is willing to help. And I think one of the key elements of the strategy is that decision, the decision about how much China is able, really willing to help. And of course, our great Secretary of State has the lead on that diplomatic effort. We know that almost 90% of trade comes through China. China does have the ability to help. Three key points that came out of the very successful summit with President Xi at Mar-a-Lago, between President Trump and President Xi, were three significant points that I think demonstrate a shift in Chinese thinking, and we have to wait to see the degree to which they can act on that shift in thinking. The first of these is that the North Korea problem is not a problem between the United States and North Korea. It's a problem between North Korea and China and the world. And China recognizes that this is a big problem for them. The second was the Chinese leadership's recognition and I think very frank and candid recognition that China does have a great deal of control over that situation, mainly through the coercive power associated with their economic relationship. And the third key thing that came out of that is that denuclearization of the peninsula is the only appropriate and acceptable objective. No freeze for freeze and trying to put the monkey back on our shoulder by saying this is really an issue between you and North Korea. So there are prospects, I think, for a different approach. This is something that's not going to be decided in the next couple of days or weeks even. But what we have to do is prepare all options, because the president has made clear to us that he will not accept a nuclear power in North Korea and a threat that can target the United States and target the American population. Of course, he's equally concerned about our allies at South Korea, the South Korean population in particular.
So if we can come back to Europe, you have spoken and written quite eloquently about the strategic value of our alliances. When the president went to Brussels, he was pretty tough on the allies. He's been very consistent in his concerns, some would say complaints, that they're not doing enough, they're not carrying the burden adequately. He pushed again on the notion of 2% of spending, GDP for defense spending. But he refrained noticeably from, at the summit, reaffirming the US commitment to Article 5 and NATO's defense. So where does the president actually stand on our commitment to NATO's defense, the burden sharing issue aside?
Okay, the president is absolutely committed to our treaty. We are signatories of the treaty. And he said we will never abandon those who stand with us. And he was very clear in saying everything but that explicit phrase that everyone was looking for some really odd reason. Chancellor Merkel gave a speech just before it. I don't think she said explicitly, and I refer my commitment to Article 5. And I think, as you know, the president said it in response to a question in a recent press conference. There's never been any doubt in the president's mind, anyone's mind, our allies' mind about the commitment to Article 5. It is a manufactured sort of controversy. I think what is clear, you mentioned the president's tough on our allies. You know, he is tough on our allies, but it's tough love, okay? It's love. The president knows more than anybody that an alliance in which each of the members shares responsibility, shares burden, is an alliance. It's almost like a true or false choice, A or B choice. Is it stronger or weaker than an alliance, in which the members don't share the responsibility and burden? Of course, the alliance is getting stronger because of President Trump's call on each of our allies to share responsibility. One of the reasons the president, among many reasons, the president is traveling to Poland next week is to thank a NATO ally for meeting the goal of 2% of GDP committed to defense. Many others are doing the same thing. The president recently hosted Romania, who's also meeting that goal of 2% from the Wales conference. And so I think that those who say the president is weak on alliances, heck, the president's making alliances stronger.
So just to push back a little bit on the notion of a manufactured crisis, when it comes to reassuring allies, a lot of this is how do they perceive things? How are they feeling? How are they receiving the message? And I can tell you that they are not feeling very loved at the moment. They're feeling the tough part, but not the love part. So if that's really, truly the president's stance, I mean, you mentioned the trip to Poland. He has the G20 coming up. What are the opportunities, both in words and in actions, in terms of doubling down on our reassurance initiatives, our deterrence initiatives in Europe? What are the types of things you would encourage him to think about in terms of showing Europe that, hey, the U.S. is still committed?
Well, what I would just say is the president's already doing it. The United States is already doing it. The United States has budgeted over $1 billion additional in the European Reassurance Initiative, with the rotation of our troops to bolster our defense along the front lines in southern and eastern and northern Europe. We are becoming even more and more interoperable with our allies across all services and as a joint force. So I would just say, look at our actions. I don't feel any degree of anxiety among our allies. I mean, we all have differences, but we have agreement on 95% of the issues. And at least I can speak for my counterparts Many of them have expressed thanks. Thanks for emphasis on sharing responsibilities and sharing burdens. And the NATO Secretary General is one of those who said, thank you, and to you and the President for continuing to emphasize the need to share burdens and responsibilities. Okay. But those who aren't fulfilling the 2%, the goal of GDP from Wales, they might not be feeling as much love, as the others.
So continuing our tour of the world, Afghanistan, there's been reporting that the President has chosen to delegate the authority for troop levels to Secretary Mattis. But it sort of, whatever the increase may be, it begs the larger question of how are we defining our objectives in Afghanistan at this point in time? What is the larger strategy into which some military plus-up would fit? Because the situation on the ground is certainly not what we would hope it to be. It's stalemated. The Taliban are probably stronger now than they have been since the beginning of the war. How do you see the broader objectives and strategy in Afghanistan?
So it's a great question. Okay, so what we see as objectives in Afghanistan, I think it's clear that these are objectives shared by all of our partners who are involved in supporting the Afghan government and the Afghan people, is to deny a terrorist safe haven and support base, a safe haven and support base that we know was already a support base used geographically or used to attack our own nation on September 11, 2001. And we've seen what happens with precipitous withdrawal without consolidating gains and making these fragile military gains permanent in terms of consolidation politically with the withdrawal from Iraq precipitously and the subsequent fall of Mosul in 2014. So what's required is to deny terrorist safe havens and support bases, and that's a key element of the President's broad approach against transnational terrorist organizations. Now, to do that, I think what we have to do is address deficiencies in the strategy that are exposed by your interaction with determined enemies. Right? War does not ever progress linearly, and I think what the Taliban and their sponsors have taken advantage of are disconnects between what we're doing militarily and what we're trying to achieve politically. Saying to the Taliban, hey, let's talk with you about some kind of a political resolution to this conflict, but we're leaving. I mean, how does that work? And let's come to a political solution, but you're winning militarily in part, or you're making gains militarily in part because we've disengaged from the conflict prematurely. So the key thing is nobody's questioning the fact that this is an Afghan fight. We have to become more effective militarily at supporting the Afghan forces, who had 6,700 Afghan soldiers killed in action last year. 6,700. So that should give you no doubt about their determination. What we require is an effort to be able to support them better. The Taliban have also taken a lot of losses, and so they even though they've made gains, the Taliban are not invincible either. The key is more effective military operations led by the Afghan security forces, Afghan army and security forces broadly, police and so forth, but more effective support for them. But the key is to connect what we're doing militarily to what we want to achieve politically. And that takes really, I think, 4 main areas of focus that the President has asked us to look at. He said, don't look at this myopically, develop a regional solution that takes into account all of the regional aspects of the conflict. The second is to ensure that Afghan forces are effective militarily, but also are getting on a path to becoming stronger institutionally, such that they can shoulder more and more of the burden of the conflict and become stronger against the regenerative capacity of the Taliban, which lies across the border in Pakistan. The third thing is to ask others to help, to do more, right? This is everybody's fight, and our NATO and coalition NATO allies, coalition partners are stepping up. And the fourth key thing is to address the problem of sustainment and support for the Taliban, Haqqani network, and others. and to ensure that their leadership can't enjoy safe havens and support bases and not be under pressure. So how can it be that Taliban leadership, for example, could be sending their children to private schools while they're giving directions to fighters who are destroying schools in Afghanistan? And so something has to change about that.
So they say in Washington that real policy is made in budgets. So I wanted to ask you about the president's budget request. It proposes quite a significant increase to defense spending, $54 billion over the BCA levels, but also pretty draconian, equal in the context of the state and AID budgets, I would argue fairly draconian cuts on the diplomatic and development side. So what is the rationale for that at a time when you look at Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan or even the global CT fight, the counterterrorism fight, the diplomatic elements, these other softer elements, if you will, the integration of those into our strategy is pretty important to success. So what's the rationale?
Well, the key thing is to look at how much all budgets have grown over recent years and to get on a course to have a sustainable level of resourcing in the out years. And so each of the heads of the departments and agencies are making the assessment based on the president's budget on how they get to that sustainable level of funding over time. In connection with the defense budget in particular, the effect of the Budget Control Act has been very severe, as you know, on all the services. And then also, all of the services are addressing a bow wave of deferred modernization associated with cuts in recent years. And that combined with the lack of predictability in the out years based on the Budget Control Act has really undermined our ability to have the kind of force we need in the future. Our forces are ready today for any contingency, but without addressing this bow wave of deferred modernization and some issues in capacity, size of forces as well, we may not be prepared as well as we want to be to obviously deter conflict preferably or respond to crises. But on your point about the need to integrate what we're doing militarily to what we need to achieve diplomatically and from a development perspective is well taken. And all of the departments and agencies are assessing how they can get sustainable levels of funding in the out years.
I want to ask a question about Russia's influence operations with a future-oriented perspective. So it's clear whether we've watched what's happened in Europe in recent years, what happened in our own election cycle, what they just tried in France and what they're likely to try in Germany, that President Putin is using a whole suite of tools, from cyber attacks to fake news to propaganda, and other forms of influence operations to really undermine democracy, to sow disunity in the transatlantic community. So the question is, I think, my assessment is this: we're going to see more of this in the future. So the question is, what kind of toolbox do we need to be developing as the United States, and what kind of strategies do we need to be developing to impose some costs on Russia for this kind of behavior, potentially deter them in the future, or at least render their efforts less effective?
Well, this is a great question, and this is a big part of the national security strategy that we're developing for the president. This is a charge that he's given us, connection with transnational terrorist organizations, and with Russia's disruptive behavior and really a sophisticated campaign of subversion that combines cyber capabilities with propaganda and disinformation, the sowing of conspiracy theories, the weakening of societies. And so what we have to do is develop a broad range of tools and easy access to those tools so they can be integrated into strategies to confront Russia's and others' destabilizing behavior, because there are others engaged in these activities as well. The second is to deter aggression, Russian aggression from others who are using these sort of employing these sophisticated campaigns. But then also, in the case of Russia, to look for and to try to identify areas of cooperation. So as you know, the relationship with Russia has not been good, and so the engagement with Russian leaders led by Secretary Tillerson is aimed at really achieving those three things. And so we'll see where it goes. But you're absolutely right that we have to become more effective at competing and against adversaries, at confronting them, not just on physical battlegrounds, but on battlegrounds of perception and information in cyberspace, through illicit financial and other illicit flows, the use of organized crime networks. And this is a big area of focus for us. And our transnational threats team is working across all the departments and agencies to not only craft strategies to cope with this, but we're already implementing key decisions on how to compete more effectively.
One of the themes that sort of run through the conference today is the fraying of the international order that the United States helped to architect in the wake of World War II, under pressure from resurgent powers, rising powers, non-state actors, and so forth. I think there is a broad sense that to strengthen and adapt that order, the U.S. has to play a role, a leadership role. How, A, do you share that assessment, and B, how does that square with the America First strategy that that the president's articulated, that you wrote an op-ed about, helping to unpack? How do you see those things coming together?
I think they're absolutely compatible, and I try to communicate that along with Gary Cohn from the National Economic Council in that op-ed. And the title was "America First" doesn't mean America alone. Actually, it's a phrase we stole from Vice President Pence when he traveled to Europe and gave a great speech at NATO, a speech that also is a critical speech to understanding how America First bridges into our engagement with allies and partners. And so the President has asked us to develop a national security strategy and integrated strategies to address our national security challenges with three things in mind: protect the American people, promote American prosperity and interests, and provide American leadership. So the President has asked us to ensure that we don't try to lead from behind, that we don't avoid providing leadership, but it's leadership that is strengthened by responsibility and burden sharing, emphasizing common interests, and then integrating our efforts with our key allies and partners. One of the things that we've done is, by getting out of the tactical business, by devolving authorities back to departments that they've had in the past, we've been able to restore a longer-term vision within the National Security Council that is aimed at framing opportunities around, first of all, an understanding of the nature of the national security challenge. Obviously, that is aided by our tremendous intelligence community that helps us understand the problem, but then asking what vital interests are at stake, what vital U.S. interests are at stake. Based on those vital interests, then we establish goals associated with that national security challenge. The challenge might be, say, for Russia, how to confront Russia's destabilizing behavior, deter aggression, but find areas of cooperation that we can work on based on common interests. If that's a challenge, then we ought to have goals associated with that challenge, and then the development of objectives, and then an idea, a concept of how the departments and agencies can work together. This is the kind of guidance that the President's cabinet is developing through the National Security Council process, then giving that guidance down to the departments and agencies, where policy coordinating committees come together and work on and then deliver integrated strategies to combine the elements of national power and to accomplish those objectives and achieve those goals. What that is allowing for is consultation with allies very early and partners very early in the process. So we are framing these problems and working on these problems from a multinational perspective. And these aren't just bilat meetings, over a cup of coffee or tea and a couple of biscuits, and call it a day. I mean, we're rolling up sleeves, we're working with our partners. What are our mutual vital interests? What is our mutual goal? Pick a challenge. This is also allowing us to work much more effectively with legislators, with Congress and their staffs. And what we hope is this will begin to build bipartisan understanding around these national security challenges and allow us to advance our efforts in a way that takes into consideration maybe legislative remedies to parts of these problems. And then it's also helping us engage with, CNAS and academia and think tanks. And I think many of you probably in this room have already been part of these discussions with our teams. And so our senior directors on National Security Council are bringing in their interagency colleagues and having discussions at your venues and asking first-order questions about these challenges. What are our vital interests at stake? What should our goals be? How do we become more effective at making progress toward our objectives? So I really think we have a very good process in place. We have the right people in place to do it, and we're consulting broadly with allies, partners, and academia and to get after these challenges.
So probably the most controversial foreign policy decision the president's made to date was the choice to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. I think many people, even national security professionals, see climate change now as a security issue as much as anything else. The reporting around that decision suggested there was a lot of dissent and a lot of debate inside the administration. And I guess we all understand how the decision was made and that the decision is done. But I wanted to draw you out on your role as a national security advisor. You've written a book about this. I think many of us have taken that lesson in trying to strengthen our own leadership styles. How do you ensure that dissent gets heard in this process? How does the president respond when dissent is heard? Are there any examples where dissent or a different perspective has actually changed his views on things? I think that's probably one of the greatest burdens on your shoulders, is to make sure the president gets that diversity of advice. Right.
Well, I think we have a very good process in place, and none of the members of the cabinet, I don't think, are shrinking violets, and so what we're able to do is to convene them around these problems and around these decisions, solicit their advice and opinions, and coordinate and integrate their perspectives, so we provide options to the president. And in all the president's major decisions, he's presented with options and makes decisions, and then it's our job, obviously, to assist with the sensible execution of his decisions. On climate, I didn't realize it was that controversial. No, I'm just kidding. I think I didn't hear anything from my European colleagues or anything about that. No, I think what's important about that is to look at the president's rationale. The president's rationale wasn't anti-climate. It wasn't anti-environment. He said, this is a bad deal. If you care about the environment, it's a bad deal, because the worst polluters get a free ride, right? If you want a fair deal for Americans, it's not a fair deal, because you're subsidizing renewable sources of energy for countries that really need some renewable sources of energy, but what they really need are clean fossil fuels, so they can grow their economies and employ the youth bulge that's coming up in a lot of these areas that are less developed. So I know that I'm not going to convince anybody who wanted to stay, thinks we should have stayed in Paris, that was the right decision. But I just ask you to look at the rationale around it. And then what we're endeavoring to do now for the president, who's asked us to do this, is to develop an environmental policy and a climate policy. And I think we have some really good ideas. And if you pick out parts of the president's speech, you'll see his affirmation, his commitment to the environment. So that's what we're working on now. And this will be obviously something that will continue to be a point of disagreement with a lot of our allies, and the president's called them right away, some of our closest allies right away, who he had discussed this with prior to the decision, and they didn't like it. They told him they didn't like it, but what they emphasized with him is that we respect your decision, and that we will continue to work together on those 99% of the things that we do have agreement on that are crucial for us to work on. And also that, you know, if you define that 1% as Paris, Paris does not equal all of environmental concerns, all of climate concerns. And we'll continue to engage and work with our allies on those as well.
Well, I know that we would love to dive deeper on this and many other issues.
Me too.
But you have you have a daunting inbox to get back to. So we are just so grateful for you being so generous with your time, having such a candid conversation. Please join me in thanking General.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Followed the discussion with General McMaster with another discussion with another individual who's shown a true commitment and passion for public service throughout the entirety of his career. We are very pleased to have Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly with us today. He's a retired U.S. Marine Corps general and brings truly a wealth of experience serving in a number of national security roles. It would take me quite a while to go through all of the distinguished positions he's held in his career, but I'll just mention a couple of them because I think they bear on the kind of expertise he brings to this current job. General Kelly was the commander of U.S. Southern Command from 2012 to 2016, and in that role, he was responsible for all American military operations in Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, an experience that clearly is relevant in his role as Secretary of Homeland Security. He was a commanding general of the Multinational Force West in Iraq from 2008 to 2009, and a former commander of Marine Forces Reserve and Marine Forces North from 2009 to 2011. And he served as a senior military assistant to both Secretary of Defense Robert Gates and Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta. He was out of military service for a grand total of 8 months before the country called him back in, and he answered the call. We are very thankful that he's with us today to lend some insights on the national security and homeland security challenges that face the country. Secretary Kelly is going to make some remarks first, and then we're going to go into a conversation here. Part of that conversation will be an opportunity for you to ask questions, which we're going to do by Twitter. So if you have a question, tweet it to @CNASDC, and we're going to collect those and then be able to ask him some of those questions. But in the meantime, please join me in welcoming Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly.
Thanks very much. I wanted to make a few comments about a new initiative that will be made public. Well, I guess it's going to be made public right now, and then sit down and take some questions. But thank you, Richard. And the topic I want to just make a few comments on has to do with aviation security. I don't have to tell really anyone in the world that was alive then that since 9/11, the United States has seen a series of attempts on commercial aviation, shoe bomber, liquid explosives, an underwear bomber, a plot to detonate explosive cargo. Most of these were disrupted just in time and didn't result in the tragedy that the terrorists were looking for. But in 2015, ISIS claimed responsibility for the bombing of Metrojet Flight 9268, which killed all 224 people on board and became the deadliest air disaster in Russian history. Terrorists want to bring down aircraft to instill fear, disrupt our economies, and undermine our way of life. And it works, which is why they still see aviation as the crown jewel target in their world. The threat is not diminished. In fact, I am concerned that we are seeing renewed interest on the part of terrorist groups to go after the aviation sector, from bombing aircraft to attacking airports on the ground, as we saw in Brussels and Istanbul. However, we are not standing on the sidelines while fanatics hatch new plots. The U.S. government is focused on deterring, detecting, and disrupting these threats. That is why in March I made the decision to ban electronic devices larger than a cell phone from the passenger cabins of U.S.-bound commercial flights from the 10 airports in the Middle East and North Africa. I made this call based on evaluated intelligence and real concerns that I had about terrorist plotting. Make no mistake, our enemies are constantly working to find new methods for disguising explosives, recruiting insiders, and hijacking aircraft. I've made a point to talk with everyone I can about securing aviation. I've met with our international partners. I've met with our industry leaders. I've met with our private sector stakeholders. My conclusion is this: it is time that we raise the global baseline of aviation security. We cannot play international whack-a-mole with each new threat. Instead, we must put in place new measures across the board to keep the traveling public safe and make it harder for terrorists to succeed. Today, I am announcing a first step toward this goal by requiring new security measures to be applied to all commercial flights coming into the United States from abroad. These measures will be both seen and unseen, and they will be phased in over time. They will include enhanced screening of electronic devices, more thorough passenger vetting, and new measures designed to mitigate the potential threat of insider attacks. We will also lay out a clear path to encourage airlines and airports to adopt more sophisticated screening approaches, including better use of explosive detection canines and advanced checkpoint screening technology. Additionally, we will encourage more airports to become pre-clearance locations. This not only enhances security, it also increases convenience by allowing international travelers to go through Customs and Border security screening before boarding flights to the United States. With this announcement, we send a clear message that inaction is not an option. Those who choose not to cooperate or are slow to adopt these measures could be subject to other restrictions, including a ban on electronic devices on aircraft or even a suspension of their flights into the United States. However, and all the indications are that all airlines will work with us to keep their aircraft, their crew, and their passengers safe. I have spent months engaging with our closest allies and foreign partners, and many of them have expressed strong support for this effort. While these actions we are announcing today will improve the security of U.S.-bound flights, I am hopeful other nations will follow suit. Unless we all raise our security standards, terrorists who see commercial aviation as the greatest takedown will find and attack the weakest link. Together, we have the opportunity to raise the baseline on aviation security globally, and we can do it in a manner that will not unduly inconvenience the flying public. Let me be clear, security is my #1 concern. Our enemies are adaptive, and we have to be adaptive as well. A number of the measures we plan to put in place can be dialed up or down in a risk-based, intelligence-driven manner. And over the next several weeks and months, we'll work with our partners to ensure these measures are fully implemented. Again, today is just a starting point. We are taking prudent steps to make aircraft more secure, to reduce insider threats, and to identify suspicious passengers. In the meantime, we will launch a concerted effort with our foreign partners to put in place wider counterterrorism improvements. This will include better information sharing, expanded exchanges of terrorist watch lists, and more advanced security checks of travelers around the world. Finally, let me commend all the outstanding men and women throughout the department who make aviation security their daily mission. Whether they are working on the front lines at the TSA checkpoint, developing better screening technology in the labs, or preparing the intelligence that helps us make tough decisions, every passenger owes them a debt of gratitude. I am proud to lead them and all of the DHS employees who make our nation more secure. I also want to thank our international partners and the airlines I have met with recently. We have had productive discussions about the threats we face, and I am encouraged by their effort to find solutions with us that will help elevate global security standards. Thank you for the invitation to speak today, Richard. I look forward to my conversation with you on this issue, on a full range of other issues so important to the American people. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us today. I'm sure in the coming days you get plenty of questions about some of the specifics of what you just announced here, but I'd like to take the opportunity to ask you a few more questions about kind of the fundamental approach that you take to Homeland Security and to national security. So maybe we could start with, when you make a decision like the one that you just announced, you mentioned that security is your top objective, but of course there are other objectives as well, and each measure has some cost and convenience and other things like that. How do you think through this balance between protecting against every conceivable threat that might be posed to aviation or anything else, and sort of the regular daily life of Americans who want to sort of go about their business?
Great question. I think I know that I spend all of my time worrying about these threats. Most of the people in Homeland Security do that as well. The good news is most Americans don't have to worry very much about it. I think the trust and confidence that most of the people of the United States have in people like in law enforcement or in DHS is a tribute to the good work that we do. But on a case like this, whether it's aviation security or any range of other things that we do, obviously we collect as much intelligence, as much perspective, interact with as many people as possible, certainly bring it to the White House level, take it to the interagency, and then come up with a decision. I have found, at least in my 45 years as a Marine, you find the person that has the responsibility, in this case me, for this kind of security. That person should listen to everybody, dissenting views as well, maybe more importantly, dissenting views, but then make the decision. I'm not much of a believer in collective decisions because responsibility, I think, rests with one person. In the case of the aviation decision I made on the 21st of March to ban large electronic devices from passenger compartments, it was based on intelligence, a great deal of input from across the interagency, particularly FBI and CIA and the military, international intelligence partners, and then to make the decision. And it was focused on a real threat, and the airports that we declared were the airports we saw most of the time in the chatter. And the good news is now I think we'll find a way to raise the bar worldwide and at the same time not inconvenience the traveling public too very much or add much cost to aviation security.
Thanks. And I wanted to also step back on, this is, as you said, a response to a particular terrorist threat, but if you step back and look at the fight that the United States has been waging against terrorism and the way it's morphed since even before 9/11 to today, you see this every day. How are we doing in the war on terror? Are we winning it? Are we losing it? Is the terrorist threat increasing, decreasing? And how do we know?
Well, I don't think that you can actually, at least right now, put it in terms of winning or losing. I think the best way to look at it is we're dealing with it. As we reacted to 9/11 and took the fight overseas to Al-Qaeda, they morphed. And as over time, other terrorist organizations rose up, ISIS as an example, they rose up to do the best they could to hurt us. The caliphate was created. Right now, the caliphate is on the way out, I believe. I mean, the coalition that is taking the fight to the caliphate in both Iraq and Turkey are shrinking it. The next step, and I think I was just up in Ottawa with the Five Eyes. Much of the discussions we had up there revolved around the return of the fighters, and they're not, in most cases, with the expressed intent to bring the fight back to Western Europe or to their homelands. Every one of the European nations, regardless of whether they're in Five Eyes or not, are concerned about this. Something in the neighborhood of 5,000, perhaps, fighters. These are overwhelmingly people who were born in Europe, hold European passports. In our own country, United States, I think there's something on the order of about 300 that have gone to the fight. Some have been killed, some are still in the fight. I know in my last job I was very concerned about a couple of locations in the Caribbean. We knew that about 110 or so, mostly young men from those locations, went to the fight. Some of them are already returning. And again, they're returning not to buy a piece of land and settle down. They're returning to continue the jihad, only in another way. This thing is morphing all across North Africa, Central Africa, throughout the Middle East, as if everything I just said about Europe and the West. This is going to be with us for a while. I don't think we can shoot our way out of it, but Intel should be able to drive our responses, always, of course, within the rule of law, always within the laws of our individual countries. But we're going to be dealing with this for some time.
Do you expect it to get worse before it gets better?
Again, worse is a relative term. I mean, just 9/11 was pretty bad. Luckily, we have not had an event like that in our country. But other events overseas have been pretty horrific. Of course, the great, perhaps the least likely, I hope, but the biggest catastrophe would be an atomic device of some type smuggled into the country, or a biological weapon that set off a pandemic. That's why, again, not to go down this road too early in the conversation, but that's why securing our borders is so important, and we are doing that already. Working with our partners to the south and to the north, working all around the world with our partners that send commercial shipping to our country, but it's vitally important to secure the borders in the homeland.
And you mentioned that we can't shoot our way out of the problem of terrorism, or at least not exclusively shoot our way out of terrorism. Oh, these are the Twitter questions.
Here they come.
Wow, there's quite a few of these. People were eager. So, you know, DHS is involved in countering violent extremism programs and things like that. How do you sort of assess where we are on the war of ideas element of this, the recruiting, the attractions of extremism to individuals? Because, of course, you know, if you don't stop the pipeline, you can't stop the problem. Have we gotten our arms around how we can actually do that effectively as a government?
You know, the first thing I would say is extremism comes in many forms. One of the things certainly that I was very interested in, now we do it routinely at DHS, that we perhaps didn't do before, the chatter, the talk within the organization when we talked about terrorism and extremism rather, was all about Islamic-fueled extremism. But I asked the question about, what about neo-Nazis? What about white supremacists? What about anti-Semitic organizations? So we track that as well, because extremists, as I say, come in many, many variations. The one constant, it seems to me, and again, this is, most people, my counterparts around the world would say, the one constant in all of this extremism is the internet. The internet is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful human invention, but it's also can be, like any human invention, used in terrible ways. Our appeal to providers is to do a better job in terms of locating some of this extremist material that's on the net and taking it down. What we're really trying to do is prevent the young man from doing something horrific, as opposed to capture him or to arrest him after he's done it. The question I ask of all my counterparts around the world, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, everywhere, everyone I talk to, is how do you prevent it? How do you find the individual that is getting extreme and prevent him from making that horrible step? And the answer that I've found everywhere, it begins in the home, parents watching what their kids are looking at on the internet, listening to what they're saying, schools, mosques, churches, synagogues, listening, you know, the holy men and women, listening to what is said. Many times in the forensics of some of these horrific attacks, it would be an imam who said he was radical and I no longer allowed him to come to our mosque. Or in the case of the white supremacist that blew up the church down in Charleston, there were people that said, yeah, we didn't want him in our congregation because he would spout this this white supremacist rhetoric. Certainly a relationship, and many, and this is good news, many police departments here in the United States have community outreach programs so that people are not afraid to contact the police before their son or daughter takes that terrible last step. Relationships with imams and churches so that they can call police and say, this young man, young woman is really saying some terribly hateful, radical things, and I think they're going down the wrong. But at the end of it all, it's just a small number of people that go down this road. The overwhelming number of Christians, Jews, Sikhs, Muslims are good people. And we should never, ever forget that.
Absolutely. Let me ask you about social response to the threat of terrorism, as opposed to just the government response. You know, it's striking, at least to me, the way the British, in their kind of stiff upper lip, keep calm and carry on, you know, way, have suffered repeated horrific attacks, and then, you know, are sort of almost socially determined not to let that get in the way of them going about their daily lives and things like that. I mean, is it realistic to have 0 attacks in the United States in the future? And, you know, is there a way in which society can or should become more resilient to inevitable attacks if, in fact, there will be more than 0 in the future?
Yeah. Well, I think we certainly cannot expect 0 attacks. I mean, we've actually done pretty well in terms of external attacks. Now, the homegrown San Bernardinos and Orlandos, I mean, that's the reality of the world we live in today. Good police work, and as I say, good reporting by people. A lot of the times, a number of times in some of these attacks that have happened, San Bernardino comes to mind, but certainly Orlando, Chattanooga. Next door neighbors have said, you know, I saw that coming. Or the kid that blew up the African-American church in Charleston, you know, neighbors said, I saw that coming. He used to say these things, and you wonder why people don't report it. There was a neighbor, I think in the San Bernardino case, that said it, and when the media said, well, why didn't you report it if it was so obvious to you? He said, well, I didn't want to run the risk of being taken to court for slander or whatever, but I think I'd err on the side of caution if I was a neighbor. But I think it's just, it's something that is the reality of the time in which we live. If you see something, as Jay Johnson, I think, started this program in DHS when he was the secretary, if you see something, say something. Whether it's an anonymous 911 call or just a call to a friend who's a police officer. But I think that's the way we're going to get our arms around this problem. As far as the response of the nation, and I was just talking to my counterpart in Britain up in Ottawa yesterday on this topic. Every time they've had it happen, and it's been 4 times in 5 months they've had these attacks, Manchester, London, and a couple of other events they've had. They're very attuned to these immediate responses against, you know, retaliatory responses against the Muslim community. So one of the things they do is immediately have a kind of an all-faith event to where men and women of all faith come together and show solidarity. So that's the kind of thing. I mean, we're all Americans. We're all, it doesn't matter, you know, what God you worship. We're all Americans. We're all generally want the same thing out of life as each other. So we ought to kind of shoulder to shoulder take this thing on. And if it does happen, come together as a people and condemn it, regardless of whether it's a white supremacist or an Islamic radical. It's the only way to get through this.
All right, well, we can switch gears a little bit. I have a Twitter question here. So as I would say, almost everyone in this room knows, a few years ago, OPM had a major cyber breach, and they took probably most of the people's security clearance information. Mine too, yours too, you know, so we're all in this same boat together. What's the federal government doing to try to prevent another such thing and these kinds of losses, more broadly speaking?
Well, the federal government is doing everything it can. Until I took this job, I didn't realize the capacity, the capability that DHS has in terms of cybersecurity. Of course, we're responsible for protecting the .gov nets, which hasn't always been perfect. But I think my experts, the people that really know this business in my organization, tell me the difference today than even just a couple of years ago is that we've partnered with the commercial cyber sector like seamlessly almost, and look to them for the innovations and for the changes, and to leverage that. Of course, we offer our defensive help to anyone that wants it. And you know, Jay Johnson, in fact, just last week appeared at a hearing as to whether, I mean, during his time, at the end of his time at DHS, they offered help from DHS to the DNC and to the Clinton campaign because they had a sense for what was going on there. I think going forward, we are already offering our help and certainly plugging into every single other entity in the U.S. government, in the U.S. Economy, overseas, to really create a team that works together. You know, we saw one a couple of weeks ago, the WannaCry. We have one going on right now. The good news is it hasn't hurt this country nearly as bad as it hurt the other countries. But it is eye-watering to me when I first saw it happen, when WannaCry first started, how fast DHS brought together the team in NSA, FBI, the commercial providers, and when, you know, partnered with international partners to protect the United States and assist in reducing the damage overseas.
Okay. You mentioned the importance of secure borders, which is, you know, obviously a topic of active discussion. How porous are our borders, would you say? And I mean, do we have terrorists coming over the southern border, or is this just something that could happen? And, you know, what do you think we need to secure it? Is it an actual wall, or is it a mix of sensors and barriers and responders and all these things?
I mean, let me go back to when I was in Southcom. I got very intense into this network that moves up through the world, and then moves up through Central America, Mexico, into the United States. And I would say then, frequently, in open hearings in the press, that anything that wants to get into the United States can through that network. Drugs, hundreds of tons, and I'm not, here I'm talking hard drugs, but hundreds of tons of methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine ride that network into the United States in a nearly unstoppable way. Tens of thousands of illegal persons crossing, millions and billions of dollars worth of illicit commercial goods. Terrorists, I'm fairly confident right now they're not riding that network. We do pick up, the United States, our Mexican partners, Central American partners, are picking up an increasing number of individuals here, special interest aliens that travel from other parts of the world at great expense to come into the country. Typically, people that spend that kind of money are not coming here for, you know, to drive a taxi in Washington, D.C., or to wash dishes they're coming here for another reason. But right now, we're actually very good at locating them and sending them back before they ever get into the United States. But as I say, the network is very efficient. How do we stop it? We stop it with technology. We stop it with physical barriers. They work, and we're working towards that. But we also stop it with working very closely with our partners, passenger information exchange, and just being shoulder to shoulder with them. And it does work. So it's not one single thing that does it. It's not one wall or just technology or just CVP. It's all of that, to include, again, the great partners, the Mexicans, the Central Americans that we work with.
And on the travel ban or the executive order, with the Supreme Court's decision, I know before you were saying that it didn't, because of the injunction, it didn't allow you to conduct the review of procedures that you thought was critical to sort of moving forward. Do you have that space now with the Supreme Court's decision, or does that actually have to wait until they make a ruling on the underlying thing? So will this be a moot point by the time the Supreme Court gets to
I think we do. One of the things, I mean, I'm a law enforcer, but I'm also, you know, a law follower. I told my folks that I didn't want to come anywhere near close to getting crosswise with the court. I think that's the right way to be a public servant. Now we're allowed to take a hard look at what we could use going forward, and by the time I believe we win this, the government wins this case in the Supreme Court, we'll be able to move forward, not focusing on people from one religion or one culture, but focusing on you know, every airport, every country around the world, and do a better job at determining who the person is that wants to come and why they want to come here. We have a very complicated immigration system. I think it needs to be simplified. It certainly needs to be updated. But we have an absolute right to have a pretty good idea, a very good idea of who's coming and why they're coming.
And you talked about the obvious importance of international partnerships, whether it's with the Canadians and the Mexicans or with our allies and friends in Europe on the whole basket of issues that you have to deal with. But of course, there's a private sector component, no matter almost any of the issues you're talking about, certainly cyber, but some of the other things as well. How much of partnership with the private sector is a part of what you're doing these days, and how tough is it to work with the private sector in order to, sort of come around common approaches?
Yeah, we have a very, very solid outreach and relationship with the private sector across all the areas of responsibility of DHS. Certainly they see it in their interest to tap into any source of solutions that might be out there, and certainly that's where I come down. I mean, they're generally speaking, the private in cyber and other threats streams like that, they're faster than us. They invest more money than we do. We should take advantage of that, and they're always willing to share.
And how about state and local when it comes to, for example, protecting the integrity of our election system? So, according at least to the media reports, when the Obama administration reached out, and believe your predecessor sort of reached out and sort of offered DHS's support for those who might come under threat of cyber attack on voting machines or communications between voting officials and so forth. There was a kind of a thanks, but no thanks kind of thing from a number of people. Is this something that you're starting to think through in terms of the interface between what DHS does in order to help protect our election systems against the obvious threats to them, and what the state and local folks are doing?
Well, the first thing I'd say, to make a little bit of a joke here, but generally speaking, if someone from Washington shows up and says, I want to help, you should run for the exits. But if someone comes and says, I'm from Washington, I want to partner with you, and on your terms. Jay Johnson declared the electoral system, the election system as critical infrastructure just before he stepped down, based on what we know now he knew from August through the election period. But the offer is on a voluntary basis. If you don't want to plug in, if you don't want us to help, try to help, then that's fine. So it's purely voluntary. I fully understand the sensitivities of the states. I've had discussions with the state's attorneys general, and other election officials. Some welcome the possibility, the opportunity. Others are much more wary, but we'll do it on their terms. I would not force this on them. But I would say that if they don't want our help, and even if they do want our help, they'd be well advised to hire some very, very, very good hired cyber guns, if you will, to help protect, because this is the wave of the future. We have an election coming up in 18 months. We'll be back at this with a vengeance at that point. Western Europe just experienced it. We have to protect this, or we're not a real democracy anymore if we don't watch out. If someone can manipulate vote counts. They didn't last time, but if we ever get to that point where people are actually manipulating vote counts, I would say that they'd be well advised to take all the help they can get, because I certainly will.
Let me ask you too about Congress, which I'm sure is your favorite topic of all, in part because of the unbelievably fragmented nature of congressional oversight over the Department of Homeland Security. I think at last count, there's, there are literally dozens of committees and subcommittees that are overseeing different portions.
119.
119. So, even if you testified before one a day, it would take you until a pretty significant portion of the year before
and I won't.
Yeah, well, okay. But can Congress become a more effective sort of partner with DHS in what it's doing? Are there sort of practical things that the Congress can do other than consolidating all those into one committee, which they had the opportunity to do back when I was working on the Hill, and they decided not to because everybody had their little areas that they wanted to hold on to? So what can Congress do on any of these issues that we're talking about to sort of, be a better partner in the Homeland Security effort?
Well, I would never criticize the Congress. They're the elected representatives.
I'll do that for you.
Yes, please. Do it some more. But the fact is that they don't want to give up jurisdiction. You know, the department was created 15 or so years ago from all over the federal government, put into DHS. At the time then, and there still is a need, they should have done much what like the Department of Defense deals with, you know, 4 committees and maybe 20 or 25 subcommittees at the most. They could do that. Chairman McCall and others in the House and Senate see that as way forward. You know, the complication for us is just, as you might imagine, 119 committees and subcommittees. Some of the elements of DHS actually have 2 committees of jurisdiction, and they'll go to one, and the witness will be warned about some topic, do this or don't do that, and they'll go to their other committee, and the other committee will have the opposite view. So something ought to be done. As I say, Chairman McCall and others like him are doing the best they can, but we've got to pare it down. It is a very complicated organization, but so is the Department of Defense, if you look at it. And I know the Department of Defense very well, and I'm dangerous enough to say about DHS that sure, there's a lot of 250,000 people, there's a lot of variations, there's a lot of different missions, but it's really no different than say DOD. One of the things Jay Johnson brought in about halfway through his tenure was this topic or this idea of unity of effort, to where we look at the department and say, okay, what are those things that we can combine? Acquisition, perhaps, and that kind of thing. But we have a long way to go. I wish they had started it 15 years ago when the department was first created.
And another question I can't resist asking you, because I'm originally from New Orleans, is the lessons of Katrina all these years later. You know, if there's some extreme weather event that happens on your watch, how advanced is DHS now compared to in its emergency response compared to where it was all those years ago in your assessment to respond effectively to those kinds of real tragedies that affect, so many people?
Great question. I mean, I think it's way ahead now. When I first got to the job, into the job in January, there was a couple of tornadoes, did some damage down on the Mississippi-Georgia line. I called FEMA, just how does this work? You know, and they said, sir, we already have people on the ground there. And the governors hadn't asked. Now, they weren't doing anything other than on the ground, ready to go. So as soon as the governor asked for help, they were there already. You know, I called the governor. The next phone call I had was from President Trump, who said, hey, should I go down there into that region? I said, no, sir, that's probably the last thing they want right now is for you to show up relative to what the package that goes with you. But the point is, for several of these kind of tornado events, a snow event up in the north, Pennsylvania, I think, he was he would call me, very interested in how FEMA adjusts to that. Now he's more, as I am, much more comfortable because the men and women of FEMA, I mean, they lean so far forward, again, always respecting the states and the authorities of the governor, and that's who's really in charge. We support them, but they lean so far forward that they almost fall forward. So I think we're in a much better place. Some of these events, Katrina, Sandy, are so big that it takes, literally the entire state and federal government. But these men and women really know what they're doing. We just got a new administrator, Brock Long. He comes with a great deal of experience. He's our FEMA administrator. He was the Alabama, the administrator in Alabama. He's got federal time. He's got state time. He's just a superb pick. I picked him, and
how could he be any better?
Yeah, that's right. And he is a phenomenally talented guy in this regard. And so, I mean, these things can get big, as you know, but I think we're in good hands with FEMA.
Another Twitter question before we wrap up here in just a minute. Can you talk about the administration proposal to move the Refugee Bureau from the State Department to DHS?
I can't.
Okay. Well, then that means we can move on to another question in an expeditious manner. I'll do another Twitter question. Can you talk about the decision to change DHS CVE grants, such as cutting off those aimed at neo-Nazi groups?
On the grants, when I first got to the job, and this, I've got a lot of understanding of how federal programs are managed by other federal agencies. In my past life, whether it was in Iraq or in Central America, South America. And the one question I always ask is this, the example I would give is a conversation I had about gangs in Central America. I said, is this a good program? And they said, oh my gosh, yeah, we're trying to keep kids from going into the gangs. I said, okay, what we're trying to recruit kids in the gangs, the same number of kids, I would argue in both those cases that's failure, or is there a lot fewer kids? And the person that I was talking to said, no, it's exponentially worse. So maybe we should look at the program and either certainly try to adjust it so it's more effective, or just do away with it. So as I came in, decisions had been made, recommendations had been made before I took over. And so I asked my staff, let's look at those programs and ask those questions. What is the metric of success? First of all, is it even possible to prevent someone from becoming an extremist? But let's ask that question, but also say, has the local community, whatever city it is, have they put their own money against this? Because that tells me there's buy-in, that they think we can help with our money. So as you ask those questions, in many, many cases, the answer was, what we're trying to accomplish is certainly honorable and decent and wonderful, but there really is no way that we can determine whether these kind of programs in the past have been successful. So we found other, what I consider to be other programs that would be, possibly more successful. Back to my comments when I first mentioned before, though. I mean, I might be the first Homeland Security person because of the surprise, I think I am, because of the surprise I received when I said, what about white supremacists? What about neo-Nazis? What about people who are attacking small African-American churches in the South or anywhere, or mosques? Do we know about those kind of things? And the answer was no, but we will find out. So I'm very attuned to other forms of extremism. But with a finite amount of money, I wanted to at least start down the road of let's find organizations that we think might be able to deliver, not organizations, but programs. But these things are always in change. We'll see how those programs do. If they don't seem to work out, again, if the local community is not willing to put their own money in, then we'll look for other programs that might prove more effective.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time.
Sure.
Really appreciate you being here with
Thank you,
us.
Richard.
And please join me in thanking the Secretary.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you again to Secretary Kelly and to General McMaster and to all of the speakers who we had the privilege of having here today. And thank you to all of you for joining us. This is the 11th annual conference that CNAS has put on, and I think it's been a pretty remarkable day. At every conference, we try to think about how we can make the next one even better, so we look forward to your thoughts in that regard. Today we had as I guess you all witnessed, some of the country's preeminent thinkers and national security professionals from across the political spectrum. So in addition to thanking Secretary John Kelly and National Security Advisor McMaster, I wanted to really just take 1 second to thank a few other people who helped make today possible. First, I wanted to thank the people who really did all the work on this. This is the CNAS staff who work behind the scenes to bring all of this off. Special thanks to our external relations and development team. So Neil Irwitz, Jasmine Butler, Jarrell Clay, Melody Cook, and Cecilia Zhu. Also known as the brains behind the operation, and the muscle too. So thanks to all of them. I wanted to take also a moment just to recognize our next generation national security leaders. This is an extraordinarily important program to us at CNAS. Part of our mission is to prepare the next generation of national security professionals and help launch them into public service. And I know we have a few in the room here today, and we also have a few of our alumni, people who have been associated with CNAS as employees or in some way or another over the years. So if I could just for 1 second ask any of our next gen folks and our alumni to stand up for just a second. And let me also take just a moment to thank our media partner, the Washington Post, and our sponsors for their generous support and commitment to the conference and to CNAS. I'm going to take just a minute to read their names. Gold level sponsors of the conference this year include 21st Century